yeah, apologies if I seem extra chaotic tonight. I am getting my ass kicked by ADHD, and various other things. Okay. So we've got 5 comic books tonight. Let's see how this goes. I pulled them all out because I know we'll get through at least the first 3. And it's going to be something. We have What Goes Up, number 16, from well, not from, it's Nancy Drew Girl Detective era. We have a nice little thing for White Wolf of Bicycle Creek in the back, because this was the era of Nancy Drew that we were in. We have, this is sent to us by Paulo. I hear somebody. I wonder if it's Spencer. I wonder if he got my message. I was texting him and telling him that I needed assistance. This is What Goes Up, number 16 in the Nancy Drew Graphics series. We also have Nancy Drew Vampire Slayer, parts 1 and 2. I'm very excited about these because I didn't know they existed, and I find it very fun. I love the covers of these. I love how beautifully anime this is. I really hope this guy that's offended is Ned in the background, just because. Also, Ned has the same haircut as, you know, what's his name? The bad guy from, Light Yagami from Death Note. I can no longer see chat. Hang on. What goes up must come down. Yep. You'll never know Peaceful Devil's avatar is dead. I know, right? I need to just kill it. Well, is that girl even supposed to be Nancy? I assume so? Maybe it's Bess? But, like... No, I guess we're gonna have to see, won't we? Cockroach is moving its way down the wall. I don't trust it. Your conscience kill the roach and shoplift. Oh my god, what did my conscience do? So I guess we'll have to see if that's supposed to be Nancy. I hope it is, and I hope that's Ned. The first cover has chin length. No, I'm completely on the same page with you. I have no idea. Maybe this is Bess, or maybe this is somebody else, and this is somebody else, but I don't know. I guess we'll see. The instructions of my ADHD meds first and took one before bed, but it made me fall asleep so much better. Kind of wish it would do that when taking it correctly. To my friends and family when I wanted them to do something. It never worked. It never works. All right, let me, as I keep an eye on the sketchy cockroach, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm just afraid that I'm gonna freak out while trying to kill it and accidentally take out one of my lights, and then it's gonna be on the internet forever. We have, these are 2 things that I'm very, very excited for. They're the only 2 Nancy Drew things in my collection that I own that aren't technically written by Caroline Keene, the pseudonym. I believe this is Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys, The Big Lie. And then this is the one that, the story that follows up that story arc, called The Death of Nancy Drew. They are both like more noir kind of grown up takes on the series. I have not read them yet, but I'm very excited. Full effect in the first couple weeks of taking the medicine, but I'm not sure if it's true for what you're taking. Yeah, I caught a mouse today. You could get the cockroach. I believe in you. Oh, shit. Hang on. I have... So, jokingly, because I didn't actually think this thing would show back up, I have a baseball bat. I'm not going to take it out with the baseball bat just because I think I'm going to genuinely take out a light if I try to swing this in here. This is not the live stream that I planned today. I seen a vampire. I was so excited. Hi, Owl. Hi, Tarfield Owl. To catch you up, my ass is being kicked by ADHD tonight. We are an hour past when the stream was supposed to start, which is an hour past when it was originally supposed to start because I bumped it because today's been a day. And now there's a giant cockroach on my wall that I need to kill before I can do anything else. I have not read the Nancy Drew on-campus books. I've always wanted to, but I've never come across them. We're plotting the death of a cockroach. Yeah, I'm so glad you guys are here with me for this experience. Real talk, just a year ago, I was literally about a year ago, almost to the day now, I did my very first live stream. It was that charity live stream for Project Hope, the first one, the Cuphead for Ukraine one. And I was, about this time a year ago, planning to do my first live stream and literally sitting here having a panic attack because I was so worried that I was going to mess up and be the absolute worst. And it's just funny how far we've come. I'm now having an ADHD cockroach crisis on camera, on live, and it's going to be on the internet forever. And we've already had a bunch of tech issues, and we're just rolling with it, you know? It's moments like this where I try to remind myself how far we've come. I was there that first stream. Cameron was there. Hi, Cameron. It's your YouTube anniversary. My YouTube anniversary, my first is technically what I consider to be May 2nd, because that's when my first video upload happened. But yeah, I guess we're almost at the streaming anniversary. Moving very soon. Congratulations. Moving is very scary and very stressful, but it can be very exciting. Always just glad to hang out with you guys. I'm glad to hang out with you guys too. Having a vision like Raven. Oh god, I'm gonna have to clip this for a whatever. Get those YouTube views. Cockroaches are so horrifying, but it is kind of fascinating the way that their creepy, disgusting antenna work, isn't it? Wondering how the best, because here's my plan. Here's my thought process. If I throw something, if I hit it with something, it's going to scurry. I don't want it to scurry. I want to be able to know where it is at all times. So I'm trying to devise a plan, and I'm just flashing back to that Moist Critical moment where he like screamed like bloody murder because there was a wasp on his stream. The Roach Saga can be its own video. Oh god, I'm so sorry guys, but also who's really surprised? Yeah, no, I have something to stand on. I saw TikTok last night where this guy read out the lyrics to That's So Raven theme song, and his friend pretended it was a poem he wrote, and his friend laughed so hard because they thought his poem was so bad. That's funny. For the views, Avery, for the clout. What am I? What is a YouTuber if not obsessed with clout? Not really. Eat the bug. Nope. That's a nope for me. That's a negative Ghost Rider. But anyway. So get worms like my cats. Oh god. I was actually kind of hoping one of my cats was going to catch it because Perry, for all of her smooth brain, bless her-ness, She's very good at catching things, so I was like, maybe she's gonna come through. This is probably gonna be. Oh, I'm gonna go viral in all. I'm gonna go bad viral tonight, guys. I don't want to. Ah, hang on. I gotta go find a broom. Damn it. You guys, I have a broom. I asked Spencer for help, and he said no. Because brothers are the worst. No, I'm just kidding. I don't like that the views are going up the more I wore with the. Wait, what happened? What's happening? It ate her. I said I was going to get a broom to kill it. Harry needs to talk to my purr boy, yes. Let's leave by. That's fair. I read that its chat's out of control. I was like, we're not that out of control. And more than usual. And then I realized cat's out of control. And as a cat owner, that made much more sense. You heard a bang. No, that was just me opening sure, this stream is just going straight to hell today. It's fine. The bang that you heard was me opening the laundry room door and then closing it again because it is a barn-style sliding door, and it is right on the other side of this wall, so that's the bang that you heard. So out of control right now, I'm getting wild. Oh god. Oh, this thing is gonna scurry. I don't want it to... I don't like it. Hang on, I need a stool. I forgot when I left to go get the thing how short I am. Hang on. This is the most horrifying thing that's ever happened on stream. I hate this. Yes, that was very dramatic. I am very dramatic. Hi. And I'm knocking things over. Okay. I'm gonna kill that thing so hard. We have been on this stream for an hour and no reading has been done. I am still going to try to cut out the parts that are not the technical issues, but I'll be damned if I'm not keeping my my saga on the internet with this damn cockroach. The joys of fur parenting. wish I just found bug bodies. Oh god. Oh no. Nancy Drew on campus. We must find it. We must find it. We must also find the brain cell that I surely dropped, but you know. Hey guys, if you're just joining us, we are still going to be reading comic books. We have taken a slight diversion because I am battling a giant cockroach that is seriously huge. Anybody who wants to know how big, go onto the Discord and just go to the We All Talk and scroll until you see the picture that I took of it last night. Cockroach is my nemesis. Hi, Rachel. We will overcome. We will overcome. I'm gonna have to get right near my camera and then swig close, not close to my camera. I don't like it. Why do we have cockroaches? What was God or whoever created us thinking? Tell my story if it kills me. I killed it. Is it dead? I think it is dead. Ah, I'm afraid that it's not dead. It's a cockroach. Sorry, that was probably very loud. Chad, how we doing? You killed it! Triple tap! Success! Is it dead? I think so. Mike didn't pick up most of that. That's good. I was hoping that was true because it's directional. It's slightly this way. And also I have like a thing on it that's supposed to cap it if I scream too loudly because I'm loud. This is going to be a very interesting short, isn't it, guys? Holy God, this is such a stupid live stream. This is easily the worst piece of content that I've made. Actually, no, you know the sad thing? That's not actually true. Ah, now I need to find something to dispose of its dead body with. Ah! You know how upset I'd be? Just like emotionally damaged if I came back and it was gone? If it had like scurried away? Huh, disgusting. Girl comics. Very good purchase. Stories and characters are good. Nice. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know too much about it. Take joy in knowing the worst thing you've made is still exceptionally more entertaining than Santa and the Ice Cream Bunny. Well, that's good. I feel like that's a pretty easy bar to clear, but I will take anything that I can get in the way of compliments. Thank you guys for supporting me in this moment. I asked Spencer to come in and help me, and he said, "You don't need my help. It's a one-person job killing a cockroach." And I said, "Well, can you just come be there for moral support?" And he said, "No." And that's honestly fair, but I thought it was funny. Ha! Jesus Christ, it just... Ah! No! It scurried away. Fuck cockroaches. Holy shit, that gave me a heart attack. Ah! Where's my baseball bat? Ah! Same as always. This is not the same shit as always. This is very different shit than the usual shit. How the fuck is it not dead? That was a squeak that I never intended to make. No, 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 no. Where the hell is it? Damn it. I'm so stressed right now. Ah. You make me pee myself. Stop. My God. And where'd the goblins go? It lived. No, the chat is giving me life right now. I hate my life. Oh my God. Ah! Where is it? It literally just like went back by the clothes. That coward. Oh man. I genuinely don't know where it went. I crushed it. How the fuck do cockroaches exist? Scuttling Cameron. Oh God, it's gone. No. Ah. Well, that's not a fun sound. Ah. You know how we were talking about everybody's Dingleberg? Yes, or the other day? This cockroach is mine. And I hate him. I hate that the concurrent viewers are going up right now. Maybe just learn to coexist with it. Look! It broke into my home! Oh my God. I don't know if you guys can see. I'm actually shaking. I feel like I'm gonna have a panic attack. Ah! I'm texting Spencer. It lives. Help me. Ah! Be one with the cockroach. I don't want to be one with the cockroach. I just want to read Nancy Drew in peace. Go to the stream in your living room. You know how tempted I am to just move out of this space? If it wasn't for the fact that my room is horribly messed up right now, I would probably do that. You know what? This is just my life now. I just coexist with the cockroach. Holy shit. You know what? We're just gonna keep reading. We're gonna start reading. Cameron, I will send you to the... I almost said I was gonna say Shadow Realm, but then my brain wanted to say Twilight Zone. I don't know which one would be scarier, honestly. You kill zombies, except I'm pretty sure roaches... They can live for up to a week without their heads! Hi, Paulo. What a fun time to come into the stream right now. If you're just getting here, I am at war with a cockroach. And I thought it was dead. I literally crushed it, and then it got up and started moving again. Oh, no, Aaron. You know, fair, Cameron. It is not your fault that I have a roach in my in my closet. Texting Spencer, it lives. That bastard waited for me to come back with my late horror show. The stream is completely derailed tonight. I hope you're doing well. We're gonna start reading in a second. We have not done any reading. Yeah, Spencer, you're being a real diva right now. Come help me kill a cockroach. What are brothers for? God, I just jump scared myself. Scurried out. What if it tries to get revenge? It might. You know? Hop on the next plane to Georgia. Can you pick me up? I'll kill the roach and then go stay with my cousin in Marietta. Patrick's a real homie out here. Oh my god. What if I killed this? What if I killed the roach and then just started a brand new stream and this just lives on the internet forever as the roach stream? Cameron? Paolo, I crushed it. It was dead. And then I left and came back and tried to scoop it up and it scurried out from under a wipe. Ah! Maybe Avery me. Mom, leave Avery alone. Oh, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna start reading a comic book. Paulo sent me this first comic book. It looks like a great comic book. We would have been 3 comic books into the stream right now, but no, not that. Never. Invincible cockroach. Cockroaches, there's a reason why they say they're going to all survive the apocalypse. They don't die. They can live for a week without a head. What the fuck is that? Anyway, I'm calm. I'm very, very calm. Yeah, Texas is right. Yeah, you don't want to have to deworm a cat. Perry, bless Perry. She's dealt with enough in her life. Save the goddess. You know what? It's gonna be so hard to concentrate. Oh my god. I didn't see, whatever the last thing you said. Oh, forget that you. Oh, I see what you're saying. Forget that you said this. This could be good for views. Oh my god. I want Perry to have to poop vomit out. That's very yucky. Yeah, that's yuck. We don't want that. I'm just, you guys. It's somewhere back here. This is just the bad place. I live in the bad place now. Let's ignore the cockroach. Let's try. All right. Nancy Drew. What goes up like the cockroach that lives in my walls now? That's a little better. There we go. All right. An hour and a half in almost. Let's get to what the stream is actually supposed to be about. If I scream and break something, you guys all know why. Oh my god, read a book. Judy! Sure, Cameron will let me know if he sees the cockroach. Yeah, it is a baseball bat for a cockroach. It's just, look, I don't fuck around with cockroaches. I don't like them. This one has infiltrated my home. Spencer. Oh, Spencer's probably ignoring my messages right now. All right. Let's look at the back of this. I'm going to have to cut so much of that first part out. Sorry about that. If you're watching this back on replay, I hope you're at least just seeing the fun parts. I'll timestamp it. It's like cockroach. Skip. All right. Special book bonus. Preview of Nancy Drew 33. Secret Identity. And die eventually. Yeah, but then it's gonna die in my clothes. Then there's gonna be dead cockroach in my clothes. Sorry. Spencer says I'm embodying every female stereotype, which I guess is true, but come on, cockroaches are disgusting. What kind of toxic masculinity is like, I'll eat cockroaches. I lick them in my free time. I hear him coming up the stairs. He's surely ignoring me. Not in this house. God, can you imagine? I'd be so... true, I would rather have a dead one. I'd rather have none, but I guess we can't be picky at this point. Our ears would be bleeding. Oh my god. You guys have no... I am so unnecessarily scared. Cameron, I'm gonna stop looking at chat now. Alright. Up, up, and away. As Nancy Drew is skyjacked by a thief in her beautiful balloon. Even when Nancy Drew is hanging out with BFFs Bess and George, the world-famous girl detective can't avoid trouble. It's like she's a danger magnet. It's time she attracts a crook with $1 million of stolen cash and Chief McGinnis in hot pursuit. So it's only nature that the thief decides. Wait, it's only natural that the thief decides to escape in Nancy's hot air balloon. Except he doesn't want Nancy tagging along. Let's hope that what goes up can also come down alive. Someone's dumb enough to try to kidnap. Well, that's good. My mother always taught me to scream very loudly just in case there was an emergency. All right. Copyright 2009, Chapter 1, What Goes Up? We're just pivoting now. But it's funny, Milo, that just came up in a different book we were reading. What was it? Oh, it was in the kissing contest. They were reading it in school. Long story. Misfiring, you have no idea. It's been a whole thing. We're just getting to the first comic book because the whole night has just been cockroach infestation. They also have sharp claws and teeth. Good for them. All right. Nancy Drew, girl detective, here to tell you that no matter what your friends may say, sometimes being full of hot air is a good thing. Like during the River Heights annual balloon expo, for instance. Ballooning is a sport that takes a lot of hot air, and it's not cheap, but while some folks paid a couple $100 to ride, we got a free lift with Bess and George's Uncle Bob, balloon enthusiasts. Bob, balloon enthusiast. I love how Nancy's like, fuck capitalism. We just got nepotism on our side. Look, I hit it like 3 more times once it was on the ground. Parents don't want him back, and the kidnappers have to pay the parents to take the kid. That's funny. So this is Nancy. If anybody is hoping that we got to see more of Nancy, that's what the comic books are for. Our ginger queen, there she is. Someone explain how these things work, quick. Balloons carrying people feels like something that should only happen in cartoons. Is that George talking? Okie dokie, hot air balloons are based on a very fundamental scientific principle of warmer air rises in cooler air. Uh-oh, here we go, Bess says. They're in the hot air balloon now. Oh, no, I know. Yeah, we were talking about how you could behead a cockroach and it could still live. All right, so Nancy says, essentially, hot air is lighter than cool air because it has less mass per unit of volume. A cubic foot of air weighs roughly 28 grams. If you heat that air by 100 degrees Fahrenheit, it weighs about 7 grams less. I'm so bored, I'm not scared anymore. Thanks, Nancy. Geez, George. So this is, we're seeing part of Bess, and this is George. All right, so each cubic foot, I'm trying to make sure that everybody can see. It's very important considering that it's a comic book. So each cubic foot of air inside the ballroom can lift, inside the balloon, sorry, can lift about 7 grams. Now, that's not much, which is why these suckers are so humongous. Nancy being the teacher and just teaching us about, Nancy just teaching us about hot air balloon science. Why does Nancy look like Sam from Totally Spies? I don't know. I have no idea, but she kind of does. I've never actually seen Totally Spies. I've just seen people talking about it, and I just know what the characters look like. Why, to lift 1,000 pounds, you'd need about 65,000 cubic feet of hot air. Nancy, please, Beth says. I swear I'll never be afraid again. Just please stop. We're here to have fun, not study physics. But physics is fun. Bless Nancy. Ballroom balloon, same thing. Shiny. It is shiny. It's a momentous occasion. We're reading our first ever comic book on the stream. Ballroom made of balloons. That sounds like something that would be at Model Land. Besides, you did ask. My mistake. I meant to ask simply, how well does it work? And as you can see, ladies, it works just fine. Sorry, the ride didn't last long. Says this guy, whoever that guy is. Our instructor, tour guide, balloon expert person. Or this is her uncle, right? That's the balloon aficionado or whatever she was calling him. I imagine the price of propane must limit the fun, Nancy says, very practically. That burner of yours puts out enough BTUs per hour to heat over 100 houses comfortably. I love how Nancy's just talking nonstop, and everybody's just like, Nancy, stop! And she's like, no. Imagining a really big, really fancy, bouncy castle. Yes. Now, if Nancy could just conserve her explanation energy. Don't worry, Nancy never runs out of gas. Jeez, they're all just dragging Nancy. I heard that. I suppose one girl's fascinating report can be another's hot air. It's just I find most everything pretty interesting. I didn't mind their jokes. Bess and George are my best friends, and as fellow sleuths, they had to hear a lot of my long, technical explanations. Get her steady and anchored. There's some wind kicking up. Actually, you girls are pretty brave to go up and away in something you don't completely understand. Brave or stupid? I don't know. Not to call the Bess and George stupid, but you know. But I may have gotten a little carried away with this one, since I barely noticed how Bob and his assistant were struggling with the balloon. Whoa! All right. Oh God, somebody's being taken away with the balloon. No! Look at the non-branded Converse. What happened next? Took my breath away and my ankle. Nancy, it happened too fast to think about it. Or stop it. Nancy's being taken for a ride, literally. While the balloon may seem similar to sailing, wind is not the ballooner's best friend. Bob and his assistant had the rope burns to prove it. Oof. We're over here on this panel now. While I had the grass burns. Even so, I suddenly felt that grass was a good thing. I was really, really sorry to see it go. Yep, that'd be me. That would be me. I mean, most people don't completely understand airplanes. I'm just thinking of cabin pressure. You've ever listened to cabin pressure? The art does look nice. This thing must have been rarely read. I'm glad that we have rescued it, Paolo. I appreciate you sending it to me. It will live in my collection of Nancy Drew books and other memorabilia forever. Good pressure! Audril, yes! It looks anime? Is that on purpose? I believe so. It's a specific art style choice, especially since 2009 was definitely full swing of anime being hugely popular. Or well, this would be manga because, you know, anime is animation, but you know what I mean. That style, yes. Oh my god, Nancy! We've got you! Can you get your foot free? It's too high! That sounds like Spencer texting me. And the longer I dangle, the tighter it gets. I couldn't lift myself to reach my ankle for more than a second or two. Note to self, add sit-ups to my workout. Everybody can see the art as best as humanly possible. The situation looked pretty bad. The rising winds and the storm clouds and the blood all rushes to my head. Frank is going to kill you if you die on him. Wish they'd give her redder hair. I know she's supposed to have like golden red, reddish blonde. Looks straight up blonde at times. Yeah, it definitely changes with the lighting. It's kind of like a rose gold. I don't know how well that's coming across on camera. But, like, it looks very red here on the cover. It looks very red to me here. But then as it kind of changes with the light, it does kind of look blonde when you get over here. Shade or two redder. Is this the end of Nancy Drew? Not yet. Okay. Ooh, full panel. The rising wind and storm clouds and blood all rushed to my head. We're turning this into the worst balloon expo ever. I would imagine so. Nancy is turning into, like, real-life Balloon Boy, I think. Is that what's happening? Poor Balloon Boy. Hang in there, Nancy. It was definitely the right pun for the occasion. Is it? Because I would kill somebody. Nancy can survive that goddamn sewer puzzle. She can survive this. She can. She survived worse. I tried to smile, but as the distance between my head and the ground grew, I grew more afraid. Got it! Someone says, is that George? Who is that? I can't see. Ugh! That wasn't my frustration about not being able to see. That's Nancy's frustration of being about to die. Uncle Bob's got the rope, but I still feel so helpless, Bess says. Vroom! That's because we are. George is like, dumbass. Come on, Bess. Zoom! Ah! They go diving out of the way of the car. Sheesh, it's even more dangerous on the ground. I feel like I have exactly the right energy of fear to be reading this right now. Ever notice how messed up things happen in threes sometimes? First, I get snagged by a runaway balloon. Second, the weather whips up some pretty lousy conditions for a balloon ride. Third, a shady-looking crook shows up in a really obnoxious hurry. I thought she was going to say a really obnoxious truck, and that would have been funny. Love hoaxes and lies and falsehoods, and Balloon Boy was, like, the subject of playground conversation for me for, like, 2 weeks in grade 7. I have more than once thought about doing a, live stream that gets cut down into a video because all of that news footage still exists online. It was just like, imagine like covering like stupid history, right? And it's just like Balloon Boy. Remember what's more nostalgic than talking about a 2008 hoax drama where we all thought a kid was in danger and then he wasn't because his parents are idiots. This guy looks like Dracula. This guy looks like Dracula about to skydive. How did I know he was a crook? Well, I could give you some long-winded explanation, but some crooks just look like crooks. Nancy's still salty. My OCD is so satisfied by the full panels. I love it so much. They were giving it all they had to bring the balloon and me down to Earth. All the other owners were quickly and desperately getting their own balloons safely grounded, which made mine the only balloon still afloat. Just realized I haven't shared on the on the thing. Let me do that really quick. All right, so Nancy's in a balloon. Balloon is very high in the air. Nancy's a profiler. What kind of character is he? I think she knows more about it than she's letting on, but she's giving them crap for saying that she talks too much. So she's just like, you know what? I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna tell you what I saw. Share this for our friends that are missing out on all the fun. I did a thing. Oh no. I'm sure it's a great thing. Right now. Sorry, everybody's about to get pinged. Welcome back. I put Kitty's sweater picture progress in crochet. Yay! Yeah! Now I feel weird because social anxiety. Don't feel weird. Everybody go tell Texas. Hang on, let me go see. Let me go pull it up. I want to see for myself. Everybody go tell Texas congratulations for doing things. We're so proud. Oh, it's so I love the color you picked. That's a very pretty. I like the combinations of different shades of purple. That is adorable. Kitty sweater. I think it looks cute. I could never. I don't know how to crochet. I need somebody to teach me how to crochet. Feel the weirds. Sorry, Texas. I probably just made it weirder by calling you out. All right, we're back. But it really does look cute. It's easier than it looks. It probably I think it's probably fairly straightforward. I'm just fascinated. I love watching people crochet. It's just such a calming thing. It's so satisfying. All right, I'm getting back to this. And wait. What was the last thing I left off on? Which made mine the only balloon still afloat. Everybody else was grounding their balloons, so she's the only balloon in the air and available. Look at this guy. He's like, aha, I am here to commit a crime. And I don't know why. I almost gave him a French accent because for some reason I assumed he was French. I'm so sorry. Don't worry, Nancy. We've almost got it down. That would have been good news for me. Hey! What the? What's his problem? I don't know. That's the sound. There aren't even supposed to be cars. It's in this field. Yay! I love onomatopoeias. Unless it's River Heights' own police chief McGinnis car, of course. Of course it is. Guys, I don't think in all this time we've ever actually, except for Alibi and Ashes, the video game, where we hear his voice just at the very beginning and end of the game. I don't think we've ever seen Chief McGinnis, and he's a huge character in the game, in the whole franchise. The chief was usually around whenever I found myself in trouble, even when I wasn't looking for it. I wasn't sure what was going on. My bigger things that I can see better. There we go. Oh, nope. There we go. Sure, he looked like a crazed bad guy. You can't judge a book by its cover. But appearances can be deceptive. That's correct, Nancy. Maybe he was some kind of crazed hero who was trying to rescue me. She's really trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. It could happen, she says as she grabs onto his hand. Thanks, he climbs up over her. But when he grabbed the rope instead of grabbing it to get me down, he climbed into the basket, leaving me to suspect he was not my knight in shining armor. Can you imagine being Nancy in this situation? He's like, oh, thanks, person dangling to their death. Official police business. That man's a robbery suspect. Well, that explains a couple of things, George says. A balloon may not be the best choice for a getaway vehicle, but this guy had run out of road and choices. He was so desperate it didn't bother him at all that the only balloon available had a girl attached to it. He may be armed and dangerous. You girls back off. With all due respect, no can do, Chief. I love George. When it comes to saving my life, my pals are fairly stubborn. Whoa! But so is the wind. Now they're all being tangled up by a balloon. I love how we just don't get to see the Chief's face at all. Oh, never mind. Never mind. They were like, oh, yeah? Here's his face right here. That's him. Guys, maybe you should wrap the rope around something. Like, I don't know, the police car? Ooh, good idea. Nancy's just helping. Why does Nancy always have to direct people in how to help her? Hi, Chris. Villain looks like Vincent Price cosplaying as Dracula, right? He looks like Dracula skydiving. Dracula skydiving would be a great name for a band. I tried to bite him. I'd be so mad, right? Using yarn that I have. I'm waiting for payday so I can get more yarn to make my best Brenda shawl. Oh, that's so cool. His husband said to all. He's telling you what shawl's for. No, I didn't just get jump scared by my own phone because I'm on high alert for cockroach. No, definitely not. It's working! I'll hold the rope. You grab Nancy. That we can do, Chief. Poor Nancy. The amount of blood. She's gonna have such a headache. Oh, I almost lost my cell phone, which fell from my pocket, but then I remembered how to put a lost cell phone to good use. I hate it when you fly off like that. Me too, Nancy says. While I had lost interest in defying gravity, don't sing the song. Don't sing this. I want to sing the song. Our crook had other ideas. You know how as a detective, I like to be prepared, so I always carry a flashlight and a magnifying glass. I guess some crooks like to be prepared too, so they carry things like knives. Flick! Because you never know when you're going to have to cut a balloon loose to escape the police. Of course not. You never know when that kind of thing's gonna happen. Ha! You're going down now, pal, says Chief McGinnis in his best chief voice, I guess. And while the guy would definitely be caught on the ground, whoop, eventually, he wasn't coming down. Great. Look at how pissed Nancy looks. I would also be pissed. Close to my name. Real job since 2005. You're a mom, Texas. That's the most real job you could possibly have. Ooh, before I did. Well, at least you're okay, Nancy. Nancy's free. She's on the ground. Phew, thanks for asking, George says. He stole $1 million in cash from some investment bankers who'd arrived in town this morning to make the deal. Of course he did. Looks like he actually will get away with it. We can't send helicopters out with the storm rising. We may never catch him now. Never say never, Chief. I figured he'd be easier to nab if we knew exactly where he is. So just in case something like this might happen, I tossed my cell phone into the basket. It has a GPS tracking device. Ooh, Nancy being smart. Nancy being the only one with a brain. Example number 358,000. Wherever that balloon goes, we'll be able to follow him. End of chapter 1. Cameron. Fair enough. All right, chapter 2, Uphill Battle. I am actually shaking. I'm actively like terrified. I have so much adrenaline and not enough Adderall, which is say no Adderall running through my body. I wish there was alcohol in that. Nancy's not Inspector Gadget, but she's okay. Nancy's out here doing the teen detective things, and we respect it. Feels so weird reading comic books after reading like these really long chapter books because it's just like it goes by so fast. Heading to bed. I have people tomorrow again. Thank you for hanging out with us, Texas. Isn't technology grand? By the time we changed and got down to the station, the chief had located my phone and was already organizing a posse to catch Andrew McPhee, the thief who cut me loose. The cell phone was tracked to a point near the top of Mount Cooper. There's no way to land a helicopter on that craggy peak in this weather, so we'll have to take a little climbing expedition to bring in this balloon napping jerk. That was Chief McGinnis telling a very long-winded Chief McGinnis story. Chief, my partner and I will join you on the climb. Oh no, sorry, no civilians. The man is armed and dangerous. It was easy to guess from the serious haircuts that Nick Hecht and Mercedes Windsor were the bankers whose $1 million had flown away. What names? Those are almost Model Land level names. Not quite, but they're interesting. Well, I assume there's no law against our planning our own expedition. What? That mountain alone, Mercedes? In the squall? The only law that breaks is common sense. If you're foolish enough to go, I can't stop you. But I seriously advise you just to sit tight and let me do my job. It's a big mountain. We'll try to stay out of your way, Chief. That no civilian rule didn't apply to me, right? Nancy says. I like how it almost looks like they tucked her hair in so that they didn't have to do as much drawing of it. I say as somebody who's absolutely done the same thing. Especially you, Nancy. There's no way you're coming along, and that's final. I knew he'd say that, but I try to never let knowing the answer stop me from asking a question. Fair point, Nancy. If this is about the cell phone, I'll buy you a new one. Of course it's not the phone. Nancy climbs mysteries. Nancy climbs mysteries because they're there. Then I'm glad the chief won't let us go with him. Us? I was touched that Bess assumed if I climbed the mountain, she and George would too. Bless George. Bless Bess and George. They're real ride or dies. Her hair goes from red to blonde to pink lemonade. It really does. Pro artist versions of covering the left eye with bangs and putting characters' hands in their pockets behind their backs. Yep. Each. Okay. It'll be Spencer's problem. I worked all night last night from the couch. I never went to bed. Spencer says, damn, he kind of deserves the win, not gonna lie. Spencer is literally fighting, rooting for the cockroach. Even Nancy isn't nuts enough to tackle Mount Cooper in this weather alone without gear or supplies. She was right. Even I wouldn't try it alone. There were only 2 ways up to Mount Cooper, the really tough south face and the completely impossible north face with its constant rock slides. Yeah, that would be kind of nuts. Wow, Nancy. Your tood is so well reasonable. Tood, oh my gosh. I'll go check out, says this woman right here. I'll use the bathroom and meet you back here. Yeah, too reasonable. Accept backlash from obsessed Nancy, which always tackles reasonable Nancy. They forgot to lock the SUV, Nancy says. You know the one they're driving to Mount Cooper? See, there it is. Backlash. Nancy, they've got the right gear. Nancy's just straight up. Nancy is so chaos. Wow, these things may be gas hogs, but they really are big. Plenty of room for stowaways. She's just jumping into somebody's car. It is true. Nancy does, Bess does have very yellow hair. But to be fair, Nancy does have very pink hair at times. Like, this is very pink hair. This is like peach PRC hair in this panel. Look at this. Oh no, you can't be serious. Give it up, Bess. You know you're going, so just get in. See, they'll be back soon. Fine, better than staying behind and worrying about you two, I guess. Scooch over. Oh yeah, where to? Your foot's in my face. Wait, my foot's in my face. Here, mountain girl, you can drive. Shh, they're coming. This is insane, but I guess there's no turning back now, so let's get on with it. Hey, Nick, did you leave this open? Maybe. Slam. No more careful, be more careful, would you? Slam. Jeez, it's an invitation to any creep passing by. Ow. Somebody got slammed in the door. I figured being uncomfortable during what I knew would be a short ride to Mount Cooper's south face wouldn't be so bad. But it turns out that when you're uncomfortable, everything takes forever. True. They sure had overpacked for a day trip. What was in the stuff sacks? Tents? But that seemed silly, so they'd just be turning right around once McPhee was apprehended. I could feel the car tilting uphill. We must have reached the foot of the mountain. It's very pink in some panels. LOL, the consistency is just not really there. It's not. They're trying to do a changes with light thing, and it's not really working. It doesn't look bad, though. I like this look for Nancy, I will say. To park at the trailhead for the south face, we'd be turning right any minute. Huh? Or not. We were taking the north face, but that side is dangerous. Lots of avalanches. Weird to be, like, already halfway done. Those falling rocks, do you always have to find the most dangerous way to do things? Do you always have to worry needlessly? This is the fastest way up the mountain. Actually, Nick is right to be worried. Heh. Hi, Nancy. Heh. Nancy goes, heh. Hi, Nancy Drew here. Nancy just popped up. Yeah, actually, you've got a need to be worried. It's fine, though. This does not sound needless. No. Yeah, this does not sound like needless worrying. It literally looks the way that they drew it. I know she's, like, waving, but it looks like she's just, like, throwing deuces. Look at this. The pages are super duper shiny. I like this very much. I'm gonna keep an eye out for more comics from this particular series for sure. This is very fun. Everybody say thank you to Paolo for sending this to us because this is very fun. I didn't know this existed until it was sent to me. Sometimes I'm never sure exactly what to say until I've said the wrong thing. Like right now, I wish I'd said, quick, turn back, instead of just like that lame heh and hi, but it probably wouldn't have made any difference. And now it was too late anyway. Our off-road vehicle was going off-road the hard way. Oof. Literally. Oh gosh, the car is tipped over. I guess any accident you walk away from is lucky. So after being, well, not being in an accident is lucky, but I know what you mean, Nancy. So after being snagged, dragged, and dropped from a balloon, then pushed over by an avalanche, all in the course of one morning, I felt mighty fortunate to be on my feet. She's going to need some physical therapy massage or something after this. But after losing $1 million and her car, Mercedes Windsor wasn't so much feeling the gratitude. No, thank you. She doesn't want help. The only thing I want from you is an explanation to how you got into the back of my car. You could have been killed. We all could have been killed. Yes, but we weren't. Oh, and Nancy looks very, very sad. She looks very, emo, kind of, in that one particular shot. And there's more good news, my friends, and I know a better way up the mountain. Oh no, we're making this trip alone, miss. What did you say your name was? Nancy Drew. We'll even carry the gear. Well, will what? That's probably George. Or maybe Bess. Okay, I really shouldn't have volunteered our pack mule services without first asking my fellow mules. But it worked. It didn't seem like enough for Mercedes that I knew the trail. She had a GPS tracker program on her PDA. Ooh, what a 2009 thing to say. That showed the location of my cell phone and hopefully Andrew McPhee, and she seemed to think that and the supplies were all she really needed. So we headed to the south face in what looked like a break in the storm. I'm trying to hold it so that you guys aren't getting blinded by the... See you, Milo. Just gotta need a chiropractor, right? Hey, hey, Ellery. Yes, Ellery, I'm warring with the cockroach still. I thought I killed it. I thought I crushed it because I hit it like 3 times and it wasn't moving, and then it scurried away, and my life is ruined. And now it's back there somewhere. Currently reading What Goes Up, number 16 in the Nancy Drew graphic novel series. A very short break in the storm. Not quite a lunch break, more like a coffee break. I started to wonder if there was a limited amount of luck a person gets in one day, and if my luck had already run out. You've had a lot of luck. You've had more than the allotted luck. You have had overtime minutes in luck today, Nancy. It's Chief McGinnis calling. Really? Even with a big head start, it's way too soon for him to be at the mountaintop. We're still at the station. There are severe storm warnings. It isn't that safe to climb the mountain today. We're delaying the search until tomorrow. I strongly suggest you do the same. Tomorrow McPhee could be long gone. With the money, we have no intention of turning back. Chief McGinnis is pissed. Look at that piss-off face he has. Intention candles for your endeavors against the zombug. I swear to God, cockroaches are the absolute worst. Everybody else in my family thinks this is a trivial problem. I wish my dad was currently home and not on a business trip because, like, real talk, he hates cockroaches more than I do, and he would absolutely understand my plight. What happened? What? Nothing. I'm good. The Night of the Living Cockroach. Chief isn't coming? Hey, Drew, that you? Mercedes, put her on. I'm trying to do my little effect and hold the thing. I should have known you would be there. And for once, I'm glad to know that these storms can be... I'm glad. You know what these storms can be like. You've got to convince them to stop and search the return to... Enough! This chick already has authority issues. Even you never hung up on the chief of police, says George, I think. George's hair also, all the hair inconsistencies. George's hair goes from, like, almost a dirty blonde to a straight-up brunette, and it's really hard to tell if it's her or, Bess sometimes. She's definitely stubborn, but so are the storms. Hey guys, wait up. Eek! Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Bess! Gulp. Jeez, Nick, get that sack. She's almost lost it. The sack. We almost lost Bess. She did. I mean, my dad also lived in Florida. He was born in Miami. We don't mess with cockroaches. Oh, my neck just popped. Sorry, that sounded confrontational, Paolo. That was intentionally 100% intended for the cockroach and not for you. Okay, so they were carrying more of the stuff now, but I knew they weren't doing it to be nice. You're sure this is the easiest way up? I'm afraid so, but the chief is right. It's crazy to try this in this weather. We're still only halfway up. Any further, this rain could turn icy. One wrong step could kill any of us. We have to turn back now. I have to? I'm sorry, I don't believe in have to. We are not turning back, no matter what. Look at how pissed George is. You're just crazy. I don't listen to crazy people unless it's Nancy, and even she's not this crazy. That's so funny. Diet Florida. Georgia is just Diet Florida. We all know this here in Georgia. We just don't all want to admit it. D&D was wild but short. I'm going to post update. Yay! To Discord tomorrow. Yay, update. I was hoping for the update. Me too. I don't know what you plan to do when or if you catch that thief, but I'm not risking my life for your mountaintop revenge. Nancy, they can't go on without a guide, so they'll have to come back with us. But we have to go now. I feel like there was supposed to be a speech bubble here because there's a bubble and then a bubble, but Nancy doesn't say anything. Maybe she's just, like, staring defiantly. No, George, I really don't think going back down right now is such a good idea. What? Why not? Because we tagged along with the wrong expedition. Oh, nice gun. Yeah, well, it figures. And we're being held at gunpoint by the bossy lady. Anybody can see this panel down here. End chapter 2. Chapter 3, can't get there from here. When I stowed away in their SUV, I knew Nick and Mercedes weren't the nicest investment bankers in the world, but I didn't suspect they were criminals. Was I losing my touch? Had I missed some clue? I prefer to believe my knack for finding bad guys is working on an unconscious level. Part of me knew they were crooks, even though the rest of me didn't. Of course, now it was easy to see that they'd been in on it from the beginning. Traveling with a lot of their bank's cash, they plotted with McPhee to swipe and share it. Honestly, makes a lot of sense. I like the comics for this ability to kind of tell us these kind of like mini Nancy Drew stories, you know? Just the term cockroach salad makes me want to vomit more than I already do. I have so much adrenaline pumping, I'm not gonna sleep again tonight. My face hurts. No, really, it's frozen solid. Can't take much more. Hey, it's killing me too. I read those out of order, but you know. Hey, the balloon! We found it! Yay, we found the balloon! I had spotted it earlier, but I didn't mention it. I was kind of hoping they wouldn't notice it for a while. I wasn't sure what they'd do once they no longer needed us. You made it! It's Dracula, he's back! Vincent Price himself! But what's with the girls? You landed in the toughest place in the country. We needed guides. Don't worry, there'll be no trouble. She sounded awfully confident about that. What made her so sure? The gun? Probably. Generally, when somebody has a gun to your head, you do what they tell you to. Hi, Rex. Welcome. For those just catching up, oh, we're much closer to the end than I thought, because I always forget that comic books have a bunch of stuff in the back of them. Yee! Ooh, classics through the looking glass. The Paper Cuts, the company that made this, makes classic books, too, and they made a comic book, Alice in Wonderland. That's fun. I'll have to go look for that. As soon as the weather clears, we're just paragliding down... We'll just paraglide down the far side of the mountain. By the time the cops get up here, we'll be way down there. There's only 3 paragliders. What about us? Beth says. And then she gives this creepy, evil look to us. Well, that explains her confidence. Mercedes was planning to leave us behind. What did I do to my finger? How did I cut it? Better than shooting us. Fair. Not a great bar to be clearing, but you know. But somehow I couldn't bring myself to be thankful. Especially since I'd spotted my cell, which of course had Chief McGinnis's direct line on speed dial. Hello? You've got a missing phone we know is in the stolen balloon. So I'm going to assume I'm speaking to Andrew McPhee. If you know what's good for you... By the way, they're literally having this fight on the side of a mountain. If you know what's good... While this is all happening. If you know what's good for you, you'll stay put until we can reach you. There should be a break in the storm in about an hour. Long enough for us to send a copter up, but not long enough for you to come down. Got that? Hello? Hello? Oh, no. Thanks. Now when the police do come, they'll even be heading in the wrong direction. Great. Oh, my finger... Maybe it doesn't seem like a paper cut. Funnily enough, the the company that makes this is called Paper Cut, so that was just a funny, but it's just I was just confused for a second. Everybody posts in the Teleflick Rex on Discord. I can't check it unless I'm on the PC. I'll keep an eye out. I haven't yet, but I will. I keep forgetting. I did most of my posting last night in the on the cockroach situation. I have to hand it to the weather service. Within an hour, there was a break in the storm, and the paragliders were ready to go. They're probably going to leave us here, aren't they? Yup. And they're going to get away with the stolen money, too, aren't they? Nope. At least I hoped not. I noticed Nick shivering, and I started wondering if I could use his phobia to delay them. I don't know if I can do this. I'm afraid of heights, and frankly, there's a big height there. Maybe I should stay behind. Maybe I should... Ah! Hey, no! But no such luck. Mercedes and McPhee didn't have any such worries. If we rush down to the car, maybe we can still catch them. See, they've got at least a 10-mile hike to a highway. But we've got a 3-mile climb and then a 10-mile hike back to 10-mile hike back to civilization. The SUV crashed, remember? Oh, yeah. Unless... Hoping for another paraglider. A small one. Not exactly. I was hoping for this. Sewing kit. Ooh. Nancy's resourceful. You want to sew at a time like this? No, George. And I will sew... Wait, but that's Bess. I'm confused. No. Oh, no, George and I thought she was addressing Bess as George. Anyway. Bess and George and I will sew. Bess, you need to get the propane torch working. Girls, we're going to take a little balloon flight. Oh boy. She's gonna sew up a hot air balloon? I think I can get this thing working. Anyone got a paper clip? Ah, I'm so not a seamstress, George says. What's up with the tearing, Nancy? We're going to give the chief a little message. Battle noises, battle noises. There are the noises of battle. The books. Oh, ending this one, Paolo. I had heard tale of the Nancy Drew comic books, but I had never really looked into them, and I had never come across any in all my collecting. So this was the first Nancy Drew comic book that I ever owned, and then I found these a little while later. But I only knew to look for these because of this one, so I'm glad that I finally get to read it. MacGyver Drew out here, yeah. Pretty much. Despite George's fear of sewing, repairs on the balloon went surprisingly well. And heave. Ho. Great. Who's got a match? Nancy looks like she's just thinking of just murder. Look at those eyes. She wants revenge is what she wants. Except for one small detail I overlooked. Oh, nobody has a match. Oh, great. Time to innovate. The discovery of fire was a crucial turning point to humanity's development. Even Neanderthals were able to use it. I figured if Neanderthals could do it, why not me? Are you nuts? If I let out too much gas, there could be, like, an explosion. Yeah, something a lot like an explosion. Okay, as I crash the rocks together, you turn on the propane. Oh, God. Nancy is chaos. Nancy is chaos. Or praying to a super dark entity. Exactly. Wish me luck, then. Good luck. Oop. If I worked fast, there wouldn't be enough propane to cause a problem. I hoped. All I needed was one little spark. Ah, not so bad, really. Actual picture of me fighting the cockroach earlier. Look at Nancy out here doing her Nancy Drew thing. After that, we just had to let physics take its course. In about a minute, the hot air from the torch was pushing up on the stitched balloon. And sooner than you can say Wizard of Oz, we were on our way. We'll meet the chopper at the rendezvous point. That gives us 2 seconds for some lunch. Oh, Chief McGinnis. The first thing I've eaten all day. It's junk, but it seems to have time for a no one seems to have time for a healthy meal because I'm so busy driving to the latest mess Nancy's gotten herself into. Chief, Nancy is literally saving everybody's ass by solving this case and risking her life. Screwdriver, but it's a bit more sonic. After that, we just had to let, I already read that. And she and those bankers are probably shivering in some cave as the balloon is flying overhead. Oop. Cripes, it's Nancy. And the girls, what are they pointing at? You know, Nancy and those other 2 girls whose names I can never remember, even though this is a small town and I've known their families their entire lives. Blue? How? Crooks! There's more than one! If they're in the forest, they've got to come out in the Eastern Highway. Turn everyone around. Oh, so Nancy ripped up pieces and put on the side of the balloon. Crooks flew to forest, and so he knows where they are. Turn around! Turn everyone around now! I'm so tired, and I think I stepped in poison ivy. Don't you ever shut up? You folks look like you could use a test drive in one of our luxury cars so you can check out our plush seats and conditioning and air conditioning. Yes, we could. In fact, holding the gun to his head, we don't have to test it. We'll just take it. Now you just grab the good old pointy stick. I don't think a flamethrower would be excessive. This cockroach especially, I think, would survive. There they are! They're stealing a car! That rhymed, Nancy! We'll never catch up from here. We will if we fall. Fortunately, George wasn't a great seamstress. All I had to do was find a loose thread and yank hard. I mean, to be fair, even the best of seamstresses isn't going to be able to do much for a literal hot air balloon that's been torn to shreds. I keep jump scaring myself. I don't like it. I just want him to make the mistake of coming out one more time. What the? That's what I was going to say. They hit him in the head with the basket. I hope you have a plan. Actually, I do. It says whisper. So, girl detective. Huh. Pity you're never going to live long enough to be a woman detective. Wow, what a terrible line that was. No! You're kidding me, right? You think some cloth is gonna stop us? And they wrap them up in it. Well, yes, nylon's actually pretty strong, especially if there's a lot of it. Nancy, get back and I'll handle this, says the chief, who just showed up just in time to make an arrest after the teenagers did everything. Been there, done that. And by the way, the bankers, they were crooks too. All neatly wrapped up, eh? This beats even your best, Nancy. How'd you do it? Easy, Chief. Nancy just let all the air out of their plot. Ah, ha, ha, ha. And that's the end. And then we have this advertisement. This is for the next one in the series. Next graphic novel. But this is for the Nancy Drew games. So, how are we doing? We just finished... Welcome back, Milo. Fun fact, when I was a little kid, I didn't know how to whisper. I would just go up to people's ears and like a cartoon character whispering something that viewers couldn't hear. That's cute. It is a good idea to microwave a cockroach. I will literally do anything to get rid of, oh god, I will literally do anything to get rid of a cockroach. Jesus Christ. Shout out to White Wolf of Icicle Creek, a game that's pretty good except for the cooking that you have to do. It's a fun game, though. Alright, so we have finished, after all the chaos of tonight, we finished one of our comic books. Let's move on. We're about to move on to Nancy Drew Vampire Slayer Part 1. But let me just take a second to... I'm so mad about the cockroach. I can't believe it lived. Let me just take a second to log that on Goodreads, was the end of that sentence that I didn't finish. So fun fact, guys, was anybody here like a scout as a kid, like a Girl Scout or Boy Scout? Because very randomly, I found, because I'm me, I found the original 1913 Girl Scouts Handbook of America. And then I was like, I wonder if I could find any, like, actual vintage, because this was a reprint one. And somebody was selling just for a few dollars on an eBay listing, which I really want to just purchase, their 1953 Girl Scouts book. Because Natasha and I were never Girl Scouts, but we think it would be very funny if we tried to be, like, 1950s era Girl Scouts for a video. That's off topic, but I just pulled up my Goodreads and the Girl Scouts handbook was pulled up. Anyway. Nancy Drew, what goes up? No, I don't just want to read. By the way, who is this on the cover? That's gotta be Bess, but Bess isn't wearing anything close to that in the entirety of this story. So I have questions. Anyway, questions for another day. No, I don't want to edit the book details. I just want to edit the, my record of it. My review is just going to be pink hair looks good on Nancy. Oh. Oh, wait, speaking of which, it's the full moon, isn't it? I just realized of all the craziness, of course it's crazy. It's the full moon tonight. So yes, shout out once again, and thank you again to Paulo, Knight of the Bot Table, who sent me this graphic novel, which started me on a quest to add some graphic novels to my collection. And now we've added one, the first one, to our red shelf. I'm a girl guy, but I want it to be so bad. Right? I want it to be a Girl Scout so bad. Like really, really, really wanted to be with my mom couldn't afford the membership fee or drive me to meetings. Right. My mom just was like, we weren't very into doing like the whole extracurricular. My mom wasn't very much into like dropping her kids off to like let them like go on camping trips with people that she didn't really know or trust. So we never were scouts. I was just outside looking at it. Ooh. Not that Nancy Drew is referred to Nancy getting turned into a vampire, right? I recall talk of vampires. Okay, so there's different. I have a stack of five comic books here with me. This is the first one. This is an unrelated story. This is a part 1 and 2 of a story called Nancy Drew Vampire Slayer, which is separate from these two stories, which are continuations of each other. These are more like noir Nancy Drew Hardy Boys stories. So no, Nancy Drew does not die because she's turned into a vampire. We'll get there, but the two different stories. I was a Girl Scout. Ooh, did you like it? See, I like the idea of having this video because then basically what we can do is Natasha and I can basically have a video where we lead anybody who watches the video, if they so choose, through basically doing the Girl Scout or Boy Scout. I mean, it's all more or less the same thing, just like with the gender binary instituted, through all the scout activities. And then it's like we have kind of like a virtual troop here, whether you were a scout as a kid or not. Really wanted to be a Girl Scout as a kid. Oh, I met my childhood best friends at Girl Scouts. I never got to be a Girl Scout, and I really wanted to. So yeah, 1953 Girl Scout handbook is one of the weird things you come across in the middle of the night when you're stressed because of the cockroach in your recording room and what have you. All right, let's move on to Nancy Drew Vampire Slayer, Part 1. We have like non-gendered scouts here. Timberwolves is like young group. That's so cool. So I know that Boy Scouts of America caused a big fuss with conservatives because they basically went co-ed, which Girl Scouts have still not done as its own organization, but like people are like they can't go co-ed, and it's like it's honestly like it doesn't matter because all the scouts kind of do the same things anyway. Like except for the random like gender norms of like the girls learn to do sewing, as if that's not, I mean, maybe Boy Scouts also learn how to do sewing, but like it's like the whole point of being a scout is like to learn survival and reliability techniques, right? So like there shouldn't be any gender implementation. Wait, what's happening? Fluffy werewolves are the best werewolves. Wait, who's something else at times? I'm confused. I missed something. Town didn't have a chapter. Oh, that sucks. Well, I was just saying, Patrick, I'm going to do a video with Natasha where we obtain the 1953 Girl Scouts of America handbook and implement our own gender-neutral scout virtual troop, if you will, through making a video about it, if you will. So. Oh, the husband. Okay. I did say 1913. I found a 1913 one online, but I found a hard copy of a 1953 one. And it led me down the rabbit hole because I first found the 1913 one, and then I found that it's pretty easy to obtain a copy of the 1953 one, interestingly enough. So yeah. Plus, I mean, honestly, we could always do a separate video at some point about the 1913 handbook, but honestly, there's some things in there that I just don't know how you would even do the merit badge thing for, because it's like literally just like go and milk a cow, and it's like, yeah, things aren't really set up that way anymore, Girl Scouts. It's a long story. Gender things are weird, yes they are. Oh, that sounds fun. I always wanted to be a scout. Okay. Here we go. Nancy Drew Vampire Slayer, Part 1. There's a new boy in town, but is he human or vampire? And how is it you explain the coffin in your parlor? Everyone knows vampires don't really exist, especially Nancy Drew Girl Detective. As a result of the enormous popularity of the Daylight books, Daylight, Jesus Christ, and movies, many teens in town suspect that River Heights' newest arrival, the mysterious Gregor Coxon, is a real-life vampire. Leave it to Nancy Drew to get to the bottom of a mystery and discover the truth. But will it destroy her friendships with George Fane, Bess Marvin, and Ned Nickerson? Oh, Ned's already relegated to being a friend. Good. And is Gregor Coxon really a vampire? And what's his interest in Nancy Drew? That's our little back thing. So it's much thinner than the other one. It is a bigger comic book. I haven't read too many comic books in my life to really know how to judge. But I think this one's gonna go pretty fast. It's from the same series, put out by the same company, I believe. It's just like a 2-part special. Oh, did Nancy have to let me introduce myself in the other one too? No, she did not. All right, let's see. Let me introduce myself. Or did I already? No, probably not. At least not so you'd recognize me. I'm Nancy Drew. My friends call me Nancy. Is that because of the pink hair, Nancy? We like the pink hair. It's just a different look on you. My friends call me Nancy. My enemies call me a lot of other things, like that girl who cooked my goose. They actually sometimes speak like that, but what can you do? But what can you expect from criminals? See, I'm a detective. Not really. I mean, I don't have a license or anything. You're a detective. Fair and square. I don't carry a gun. Not that I would touch one of those, even if I could. Yes, Nancy's opinions definitely shift with the times on guns. Recently, she's much more anti-gun. Than she was in the 30s when she would literally have shootouts with bank robbers. It was kind of great. Or a badge. I'm not even old enough to have one, but I am old enough. Nancy would never be a cop. But I am old enough to know when something isn't right, when somebody's getting an unfair deal, or when someone's done something they shouldn't do. And I know how to stop them, catch them, and get them into the hands of the law, where they belong. I take those things seriously, and I'm almost never wrong. Now that my best friends Bess and George would agree with that, they tell me I'm wrong a lot, and they have to cover for me all the time. Um, just to make me look good. I think that's what best friends do for one another. Bess would tell you I dress badly, I call it casual. George would tell you I'm not focused, but that she'd mean that once again I forgot to fill my car with gas or bring enough money to buy lunch. I'm always focused when it comes to crime, always. Nancy's friends just really drag her, and it's kind of hilarious in this one. I love the three of them. Have Nancy switch to blasters. I think in theory, when Nancy got to be old enough, like in the books where she's over 18, she's a PI, technically. Just by nature of what she does. However, you can't be a PI if you're under 18. What the hell was that? Oh my god. Classic novels as comics. I really now am just invested. Hardy Boys crawling with zombies. I need to find this. That's hilarious. Oh, one of the writers, or maybe it's the maybe it's one of the illustrators, is named Paulo Enrique. Nice. I mean, fall of 2010. All right, sorry. That's me, Nancy Drew, girl detective, the one with the crossbow and the attitude. I don't know how I let you two talk me into this. Come on. What? Look at George. George is like full on fangirling right now. And if we show up to the movie in costume, we'll get in for half price. And George and I have already seen it 4 times, so we need to save some money. The other two are my friends George and Bess. Usually, I'm dragging them someplace dangerous, so I figure it's only fair to let them drag me out once in a while. Hey, at least you don't have a fake werewolf hair plastered all over your face. I'm not over George. Look at George. Now you make a lovely wolf. Then again, the shortcut through the cemetery I suggested turned out to be more dangerous than I thought. Did you guys hear something? Rookie mistake, Nancy. Never cut through the cemetery. Nancy Drew, Vampire Slayer, Part 1. George with beard. Is River Heights over a hellmouth? I like to imagine so. Sometimes she's a PA, sometimes she's a spunky teen detective, sometimes she's a government agent, whatever. Has she ever actually been a government agent? I don't think I've read any of... Well, I guess technically in the game she has technically been a government agent, especially in, like, Silent Spy. As a dark figure left out over the gravestones, I was thinking this probably would have been much more frightening if I actually believed in vampires. I mean, it doesn't have to be a vampire to be scary if he jumps out at you. Then I realized it was pretty much as frightening as it could get, no matter what I believed. True. There you go, Nancy. You're caught up. Nancy, what's the plan? Run! It wasn't always my best plan, but it did work sometimes. Unless whoever was chasing you turns out to be much faster. I'm generally not the violent type, but it didn't feel like I had much choice here. Of course, the crossbow was fake, part of my Slayer costume, but tall, dark, and fangy here didn't know that. Look at that vampire boy. He looks like he's the lead singer of a band. Oh, the Archie comics had a lot going on. There was a lot going on in those. People forget how absolutely insane those were. Nice to meet you, Nancy. Run for your life. And that trick worked. Mostly I was thinking, phew. But I was also thinking I'd at least have a second to figure out what was going on. Unfortunately, the first thing I figured out was that the vampire probably wasn't chasing us at all. He was being chased by my dog, Togo. Oh, Togo looks so wildly different, but look how cute he is. Togo. Togo likes to come along when I go out sometimes, and I guess I forgot to latch the doggy door. Latch his doggy door. Oh. Guess I should be angry with you for scaring that poor guy, huh? But who could be angry at that little face? Who's a good vampire chaser, huh? Who? You are. Look at the goodest boy. It's like, Nancy, what the hell are we doing? You go straight home, Togo. Woof! Apparently Togo is wishbone levels of intelligent. No, not that way, home. Never mind. Guess I should be glad he never comes home with any bones, sigh. You can come out now, no vampire, just Togo chasing some guy who was probably allergic. We knew that. Yeah, I was just saying that whole thing about the allergy to Bess. The best boy. The goodest good boy. All right. Ooh, it's 10:44. It looks like we might have to get to the big lie and the death of Nancy Drew at a later date. But we will at least get through Nancy Drew Vampire Slayer Part 2. Buffy and Nancy would make a pretty funny team, though. All right. Hey, if he wasn't a real vampire, why isn't he here on the line with the rest of us? I mean, that doesn't equally correlate. Once we were watching the movie, I was amazed, not by the film, but how Bess and George could see something so many times and still be totally gripped. It's so romantic and terrifying. I kind of got over the whole vampire thing after I read Dracula in the 5th grade. Okay, Nancy's just like, why am I here? I just love that it's called Daylight. I don't know, the whole blood-sucking thing just didn't appeal. Crimes aside, one of the biggest mysteries I've ever tried to solve is why people like what they like. Still working on that one. Same, Nancy. I did notice that the guy from the graveyard wasn't here. Maybe he was going to a later show? I kind of got over the whole vampire thing. Oh, I already read that. Also, I noticed something else. Maybe I was just so bored with the movie. I was looking for some kind of distraction. Hooded figure, back here. But this was a big social thing for all of the Daylight fans in River Heights. So why was the one girl in the entire theater? So why was one girl in the theater sitting entirely alone? Some of us aren't that social. I will not cry, I promised. Me reading sad books. It's so sad. They can't be together forever, not even a week. Sob. Guys, do you know that girl sitting back there? Miss Creepy in the cloak? She's been in the same spot for every show, morning to night. All of them? How would you know that unless you were... Never mind. Okay, so it wasn't strange to be obsessed about this particular movie, but there was something about her. I had a hunch. There was a mystery here, and my hunches are usually right. The whole blood-sucking thing doesn't appeal. Makes it seem like it's being a vampire she's talking about. I'm just saying, maybe it's a Freudian slip. We all think she's a vampire anyway. Maybe that's the whole... She's trying to play it cool, but it's not working. Yes, I'm still stressed out about the cockroach. Anyway. The Druidiverse, yes. My hunch got even stronger when, in a theater full of people riveted on the screen, she noticed me watching her. I mean, well, you were staring at her, Nancy, and got up to leave in the middle of the movie. And she didn't even seem bored like I was. Part of me wanted to follow, but I had no real reason, so I waited until the end. What'd you think, huh? She didn't seem lonely, but there was something tense about her. No, I don't know what you want. I don't want to know what you thought of the audience. I was asking about the movie. That. Well, isn't it kind of silly to believe some vampire can sneak up on you and... Good evening, I am Gregor Kopson. We met earlier in the graveyard. Gasp! Look at him just ducking to run. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. Then you might want to rethink your whole sneaking up thing. I saw you skulking by the door. Nancy's not impressed with this guy. Nancy's hair is like blending in with the background on camera. It's not quite that close in color in real life, but you know. I wasn't skulking, I was waiting for you. I want to apologize for what happened earlier. We knew that. Yeah, we just really like gasping and falling. It's good practice. I've recently moved into Old Benson Estate, and I don't really know anyone in town yet. And you're allergic to dogs? No, just very frightened by them. But Togo's tiny. Small dogs especially. I mean, that's fair. Small dogs, as an owner of a small dog, I have to say, I have a big dog and a small dog. The big dog is scared of everything. The little one thinks that she can fight God. Reggie dies because he was homophobic to gay Kevin. I thought Archie died sticking up for Kevin, but maybe I didn't actually read that particular comic, so I guess I just don't. I guess I'm out of the loop. Archie, don't be homophobic. Oh, that's a different series. Okay, I'm caught up. I forgot for 1 second how comic books work and how it's a multiverse every time. It looks nice today, friend. Oh, thank you. It's all a mess, and I don't know really what to do with it. This is my post-fighting a cockroach and losing hair, I guess. Archie Mary series. Got it. So it looks nice, so thank you. Okay, let's see. If I hold it like this, that's a little bit easier for me. You guys can see, I think. May I walk you through the park? Gregor was pale and constantly moving, as if we had some sort of nervous disease. I instinctively felt sorry for him, but didn't know why. Why? Afraid of the dark too? Easy, George. I don't think... I'm not very good with people. Sorry to have bothered you. Purple hair. Hey, I was kidding. You scared him off and he was completely cute. Oh, fudge. Maybe I can apologize by taking him to dinner. I saw him first. Actually, we all saw him first, just when he jumped out at us twice. So, you like him too? Me? No, I just like to keep track of details. Girl detective, remember? Besides, I have Ned, everybody says. That's my name. Oh god, Ned showed up. Oh god, it is Ned! It is Ned! I'm so happy to know that this is Ned being upset on the cover. This is totally Ned. That's my name. Thought I'd catch you after the show. Look at the punchable face they gave Ned. Sorry, I didn't come, but I really don't like to dress up in costumes. It makes everyone look so... Shut up, Ned. That's me interjecting. Gangway, make room for your betters. Silly. Humph. Deirdre spotted the new guy, and now Dee Dee attacks. Oh, there's Deirdre. Deirdre weirdly looks the most consistent in this series to her usual look. Hey there, handsome, she says to the creepy guy walking through the cemetery. Heard you were new in town. I'm Deirdre Shannon, and I can make sure you meet the right sort of people like me. I'm sorry I don't know you. I don't talk to people I don't know. It's dangerous, even though he was just talking to 3 people he didn't know. When Archie marries, there were 2 possible futures, one where he marries Veronica and one where he marries Betty, but the 2 futures converge at the ending, so both universes he ends up dying to save Senator J. Kevin's life. Name the cockroach Ned. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, you know what? That's your name now, cockroach. You deserve it. At a costume party, wearing a costume is not a silly thing to do. It's the social expectation. Right? Ned is the kind of douche that shows up to a costume party and was like, I just couldn't wear a costume. It's so frivolous. Don't give me that. I saw you talking to Miss Nancy Pants, detective, and her pals. That was different. That was... Did you say detective? Yeah, she's all solve this, solve that, getting all the attention for years, if you like that sort of thing. She's been a pain for... He's already talking to Nancy. Years. And apparently she'll continue to be a pain for many years to come. You... Geography working, because here he's right next to Nancy, putting his arm out to her. And here she's over here with Ned. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just perspective? No, also now she's on his other side. I don't know. You could at least say goodbye. Goodbye. You're a detective. That's fascinating. I'd love to talk to you about that. Perhaps over dinner, or a movie, or dinner and a movie. Yeah. Just straight up flirt with her in front of Ned. He deserves it. That was unexpected. One minute he could barely speak to us. The next he was asking me on a date. Thanks, I'm flattered, but I already have a Ned. I mean boyfriend. She can't even call him her boyfriend. This is so funny. Fuck Ned, hate this man already. Oh, Ned is horrible. We hate Ned here. I don't think this was blocked out physically is the problem. Yeah, they didn't do a very good job with the blocking, I've noticed. Actually existing in space, but just being in frame. Yeah. I'm noticing that. I didn't notice it. It might have been with this one. I didn't notice it so much with this one. I'm really noticing it with this one. They're done by this. These are done by the same people, though. Worth noting. Patricia, Kinney, and Maruse. Marase, sorry, I probably said that wrong. So, he says, hi, I'm her boyfriend. I mean, Ned. Oh. So funny. I'm Gregor, Ned. I would like to take your girlfriend to dinner and a movie and talk about her detective work. You know how you never talk to her about the things she cares about? I think she already said no, Ned said. Ned's jealous. That's a new emotion for him, isn't it? No, it's not. It's not new at all. He's very jealous of Frank Hardy because Nancy obviously loves him more and loves most people more than Ned because Ned doesn't deserve love. Sorry. Well, there hasn't been much competition, as there, and a vampire is tough to beat. No, we all are just blocking out the fact that he's had competition for years. And we're all just accepting this man as a vampire. My god, what a Chad. Tell me about it. Check out that pale skin, those clothes. Woof. Hey, private conversation. Hey, private conversation, Dee Dee. Don't call me that. In fact, don't call me at all. Vampire boy may not be interested, but I see an opening to put the bite on Mr. Ned Nickerson. Ha ha ha. Oh, please. You've been trying to get Ned for ages. I don't know why she tries so hard. I think, here's what I think. I think after Ned in our universe has an amicable breakup with Nancy, who starts dating Frank and then dates Joe only to break his heart, he's going to rebound with Deirdre and end up miserable and married and horribly, horribly, horribly sad. And that's what he deserves. And this is my canon, and you cannot tell me otherwise. Dee Dee Mega Doo-Doo. And besides, vampire girls don't laugh like that. Only witches do. Witch? Oh boy. Hey, don't insult witches. We don't claim Deirdre Shannon. All right. Oh, look at a very much lighter version of Togo over here. Gregor was certainly mysterious, but much as I love a good mystery, by morning the only thing I was thinking about was how to get Bess and George to let me pick the next movie. That is until Hannah Gruen, our housekeeper, opened the door. I don't know that I've ever seen a straight-up picture of Hannah Gruen before. This is wonderful. This is absolutely wonderful. Who wants to see a picture of Hannah Gruen? Wait, I can't get it close. How can I not get it close enough to the camera? That's Hannah. There she is, peeking into the door. I would have let you sleep the day away, Nancy, but the delivery man came with something for you. Did you and Ned fight? The fact that she knows that Ned would never just send Nancy flowers unless he was trying to get out of something says so much, doesn't it? I don't think so. Poor Ned. Sometimes I'm so busy solving crimes I can't quite remember what we said to each other last night. At what we said to each other last. That's because he's boring and he doesn't deserve any sympathy, Nancy. These aren't from Ned. No one who knows me would send me this. 105-minute mysteries. A book very similar to that. I mean, 105-minute mysteries. That should take about a minute. It was from Gregor. He wanted to meet me at coffee at dusk. Coffee at dusk because he's a vampire and that's his morning. I see. He said it was important and that it wasn't a date, so Ned shouldn't worry if I told him. Of course, I did tell Ned. When he asked why I wanted to go, I gave him 2 reasons. The first was that I felt sort of bad for Gregor. He was new in town and seemed to be troubled. Someone should be nice to him. The second was that I found the whole thing very mysterious and absolutely had to find out what was going on. Literally, even this random guy I ship with Nancy more than Ned. When she said vampire girls, I wasn't thinking of actual female vampires. I was thinking of, like, girls who like vampires, aka me. Yeah. Vampire girls. I was picturing, like, vampire fangirls is what I was picturing. The vampire aesthetic is... I wasn't a Twilight girly, but the vampire aesthetic is pretty reliable. Funnily enough, the only thing that I think got it truly bad was Twilight, because they were so non-gothic, you know? The second reason Ned understood completely. He gets me. Is it okay to pull the chair out for you? As long as you don't pull it out from under me. Already better than Ned. Literally everybody is better than Ned. Gregor, on the other hand, didn't even get my jokes. He seemed so self-conscious. He worried about doing anything I might consider wrong. I'm sorry. About what? Just in general. I'm afraid I'm not very used to being around people. Don't come for my throat like that, paper cuts. But I knew I had to make some effort to get to know you. I need your help. I want to trust you, but I don't know if I can. This is so on the nose. More into werewolves, to be honest, Valid. I was a certified Twilight hater. I was on the Harry Potter side of the very much imagined Harry Potter versus Twilight war. Oh, me too. Glad to know we fought in the same trenches, Milo. We acted like Twilight was like a threat to literature and humanity. We did. We thought we were so much... The Harry Potter girlies, just real talk, the Harry Potter girlies were so mean to the Twilight girlies. Like, I never engaged directly in the, like, people, like, just bullying, because I've never been down with that, but, like, oh my god, the memes that I would post about Twilight girlies were out of pocket. Sorry about that, any Twilight girlies. I was 13 and didn't know. Both were technically bad. I think scheduling things at dusk is a bad idea. True. Yeah, everybody in this chat was a Twilight hater, I guess. All the more reason to do some read streams of Twilight, I think. That might have to happen one day. That could be the next thing we subject Gabe to once we finish reading Imagines, because Gabe is just sentenced to only reading bad books when he comes over here. I don't know if I can trust anyone. This is Mr. Man, Gregor. Wait a minute, his name is Gregor. Guys, I know it's a wildly different character, but can I bring up the fact that this is the same name as Henry Bollay's... He has, like, Henry Bollay's attitude, but his name is Gregor, which is Henry Bollay's husband, if you remember. What do we do with this information in our Druniverse headcanons? Because I feel like Gabe is too nice to put that type of hell upon. I mean, we've already put him through Model Land, and we're putting him through Imagine Celebrity Encounters starring you. I think he could take Twilight. Where do we try Twilight? Yeah. Twilight is not a great thing. Even if you're an avid reader, if you having a undiagnosed ADHD thing going on is probably not helpful to the very badly paced Twilight. This is the same Gregor. No, please, no Twilight. Just read Percy Jackson with Gabe. That would be fun. I did promise Gabe that at some point we'll read Dinotopia with him, because the poor man just needs something to look forward to. About Twilight is we're forced to see the story through Bella's eyes, and she's extremely boring. She is extremely boring. Like, for all of the you know, mean things that were said, I stand by everything I said about hating Bella. She's just the worst. Midnight Sun was more fun. It's the exact same events through Edward's POV. Yeah, because Edward's a more fun character. Like, he's not my favorite. He's not my boy or anything, but he's just unarguably better than Bella. That must be very hard. I can't imagine not having someone to talk to. But I couldn't help feel flattered that he wanted to confide in me. I realized, though, that learning his secrets would take time. I knew that meant my pals would talk. Is Nancy, like, dating a vampire now? This is literally George. This is not me. This is George saying this. Nancy, like, dating a vampire now? She sees him every day for a week. Every night, you mean? I hope she's not falling under his spell, says Bess, because if you forgot, Bess is just randomly a gearhead in this one. I don't know why they made that particular change. It's not very... They were trying to make Bess more important to the story, because a lot of sexism was demonstrated in early Bess, because she was just kind of like the ditzy girl that, like, just wanted to diet and all this stuff. But, like, making her a gearhead is so antithesis to her personality. There had to have been a compromise, and I think they chilled out on that after a while just because they realized it was silly. But I didn't realize what would happen with Ned. Ring. Maybe it's Nancy. I haven't heard from her in days. Oh, he's miserable. I love this so much. Hi, Anton. Ugh, it's her and that Gregor. Look at them holding hands. I'm so glad he's miserable. I have to admit, I like it better when her mysteries don't involve other guys, but who would even send me this? Hey, handsome. Fancy meeting you here. Deirdre, did you send this? Top 10 anime betrayals of all time. Not vampires, they're fairies. The only thing with Bella is that I consider her the point of view character, but not the protagonist. Yeah, that's a very good way to put it, and there's many books that fall into that trope, sometimes purposefully, and they use that well to their advantage, but not Twilight. Like, Bella was supposed to be the protagonist, but she's just not. She falls into the Tookie category for me. Like, Tookie's also in that category. An episode of Dinosaurs with Gabe. That's a fantastic idea. Thank you for saying that, Paulo. I will. The next time we're here, and when the next time he's here just to film, because I have like 5 videos that we've filmed that I need to post. The next time we do another batch of filming, though, I'm going to have him watch an episode of Dinosaurs. He would also just love the puppetry side of things. He likes dinosaurs. Yeah, he likes dinosaurs. He likes puppets. He'd love it. Major character development and all in the series. That's not true, Anton. She absolutely goes through major character development. Wanted to have legs, got legs, and ended up with legs. That's not the whole point. Vampires are supposed to burn up in the sun. These vampires sparkle, so they aren't vampires. They're fairies. I mean, the thing about it is she was like, I want to write, you know, Myers was like, I want to write a vampire book, but also change the entire lore behind vampires and everything that makes them cool. What we do in the shadows, I've never, I wouldn't know what we do in the shadows. I've never been in that particular fandom. Not for, I just have never seen it. I'm just saying the Gregor subplot was so funny. Didn't burn in the sun though. True, that is true. Vampires do have very changing lore, to be fair. I just don't, I think the Twilight version of the lore is not personally my favorite, but that's just me. And again, I am a Twilight hater. Maybe. Aren't you the least bit curious about what your girlfriend's been up to with that pale man? No, because I know it's nothing. This is wonderful. I love drama where Ned and Nancy hate, like, where we see the toxicity of Ned. I love it. And the instability of this relationship. Live for it. So you won't mind if I tell you everything. 1111 Make-A-Wish. We are definitely not going to get to the last 2 books. I'll have to change the thumbnail and the title for the replay viewers. But we could stream those a different time for sure. Vampires. Wait, traditionally, man. I Am Legend. Yeah. Novel, not the movie. I've seen vampires suck. So what if Ned died in a book? We'd all be happy. Yes, I have seen vampires suck. Not my particular thing. It's a little, I don't know, not my sense of humor, but I did see it. Twilight is to movies what water is to oil. All right. They've been walking in the park doing research at the library, drinking coffee. Look at her holding. Oh, oh, she has her cat. I sometimes forget about the cat that Nancy has. She even invited him. Wait, is that the. That's when I said the dog had changed colors. Maybe it was just the cat that I was seeing. Nope, it was the dog. I tried to give him the benefit. She even invited him home. Of course, that didn't work out because of his fear of dogs, but still. So what? Nancy's never done anything to make me jealous except hang out with all of those guys that weren't me because she doesn't actually like me. Until now, do you realize how great your brow looks when it furrows like that? Look at Ned. I love seeing Ned this level of stress. This is exactly what Ned deserves to be. Sesame Street's The Count is greater than Dracula. The way they're designed outside of it not being what we usually think of now. Yeah, I think you're right, Audriel. And there were reasons Deirdre and I didn't get along. But I could always count on my friends not to jump to the wrong conclusions. I love that she's still low-key counting Ned as a friend. Not even a MySpace place page. Oh, I need to do a MySpace page. That reminded me. Gregor Kofson is a total blank. All I know is that he's never lived in the same town for more than a year. People move. That happens. So why would someone keep moving like that? Unless he's a real vampire. I feel like the coffin makes vampires a little bit less likely to be moving around. Maybe that's just me. Well, I could count on them not to jump to the wrong conclusions about me anyway. Finally, though, I felt like I was getting somewhere with the mysterious Gregor Kofson. It's been so hard to gain his trust, but he's invited me to dinner to discuss something important. Something important over dinner. I'm sure he's going to talk about his secret, Nancy. Suppose it's a dangerous secret, like maybe he feeds off of people. You guys don't really believe that vampire stuff, do you? Well, I think it's fine. He trusts you so much. Just great. Totally great. In fact, it's the greatest thing I've ever heard. Be mad, Ned. Bitch. It's so totally fantastic. I think I'll take a nice long walk and just think about how great it is. Actually, Ned, that's really controlling because she can have friends that are guys. Like, I don't know. Ned, you don't deserve to be upset about anything ever. Your feelings aren't valid and we don't like you. Ned! He seems so upset. But it's getting late. I have to get ready for the dinner. He'll be fine, right? He understands. Nancy does not look like she actually cares. She looks like she's fake out trying to pretend like she cares. Like, oh no. Nancy. Wow, Nancy is ignoring Ned just to solve a mystery. You know what this means, right? Oh yeah, vampires are real and Nancy is falling under his spell. Wait, where did that other... Is that also supposed to be Nancy? How did Nancy's hair all of a sudden get so red and her dress got fluffier? I have questions. Maybe that must be a different person. It has to be a different person. Nope, I don't know. I'm good with crime, but sometimes I can be totally dense about things like keeping my gas tank full or being aware of my boyfriend's feelings. He doesn't have feelings. Great, perfect, terrific. Or how low Deirdre will sink. It's always terrific when I run into you, Ned. Was she just waiting out there in the The woman is committed. Don't look so glum. Take a lady for a walk. Isn't that nut? nicer than moping over some silly girl detective. Oh, look, isn't that the restaurant where Nancy's having dinner with Gregor? Look, guys, look at Ned's face. This is so funny. Where's the afterlife? Mormons. Oh yeah, the whole Mormon. I've heard it said that like Twilight is to Mormonism what Chronicles of Narnia is to evangelicalism, in the way that it's very rooted in you know, their whole message and stuff. Yeah, boy has to go to work tomorrow. Good night, Anton. You can have him, right? Have like an eternal idyllic existence, stay with their family forever. Scars and any tattoos or markings disappear. They get to like frolic it through meadows all day. Yeah. Is that the thing about the Twilight vampires is that they're Mormons? Yeah. Yeah. So what do we think? It's so funny that it's literally Henry Bollet's personality and Henry Bollet's boyfriend that we say he has, because of course he does, because we make the rules in this universe. It's his name. I just think that's funny. Straight up anime, and this is like their kid from the future. It's their son named for his father. Milo and I literally had the same thought. It's canon. So say I. It is. What a coincidence. And don't they look snug? That's it. I've had enough. I'm gonna head home and read a book or something. Fuck you, Ned. You can't even be pissed right. See you soon, I hope. I do so enjoy our time together, Ned, dear. Gregor, I'm glad you're beginning to trust me, but you do know that Ned is my boyfriend, right? Doesn't matter. Of course. I'd never dream of trying to come between the two of you. It's just that it's been so lonely. If vampires aren't real, why are there so many books about them? Bess posits. Huh. I found some police files with Gregor's name on them, but they're sealed. Probably just parking tickets. Oh, maybe Nancy's right, and we're silly to worry about some creature of the night that can come swooping out of nowhere and... Yikes. He just pushed right past them because he sucks. Ned! The guy we wanted to see. Look, it's not definite, but we think there may be something fishy about Gregor Coffson. This is Mom's Got a Date with a Vampire, but it's Nancy. Someone redo the Mom's Got a Date with a Vampire poster with like Nancy and Ned and all the characters. Getting water, BRB. Go get water. Water is important. Hydrate, don't dehydrate. If anybody's wondering what I'm drinking, that's the color of Nancy's pink hair. It is peach seltzer water. That is overly sweet for seltzer water, therefore it's the only seltzer water I drink. It's that. It's blackberry or black cherry juice and pineapple juice with no alcohol, which I wish I had put alcohol in it. I need it for the cockroach. I think there's something fishy about Gregor Hofton. Great! I mean, oh no, is Nancy in some kind of danger? He doesn't even see it like a question. There's no question mark. Is Nancy in some kind of danger? Let's go stop that dinner immediately. Yeah, well, we don't have any proof. And you know how Nancy gets about the whole proof thing. All right. Can it ever be called seltzer water if it's sweetened? I don't know. Doesn't that just make it soda? I don't, maybe. But calling it seltzer water makes me feel like more of an adult. So we were thinking you could help us break into this house and investigate it. We have a very big house. I'm not so sure how I feel about this. Shouldn't we just burst in on their dinner? What if someone sees us? Shut up, Ned. The worst. Now, okay, technically George said that, so I'll let it slide because I absolutely have double standards and I hate Ned very much. Now, relax. That's why we parked off in the woods. Just like Nancy would. It'll be fine. We know what we're doing here. Done it dozens of times with Nancy. They're all like, what would Nancy do? That's how we're gonna use Nancy's skills to stalk her. Yay. How dare Nancy have standards, right? Easy in, a quick snoop around for clues, easy out. And no one will spot us. And there's that lady in the hood. After all, we were taught by the best. Get a load of this. Every window covered by thick drapes. These babies wouldn't let a drop of sunlight in because maybe he's afraid sunlight will destroy him. Or maybe he likes the dark. Starting to feel kind of silly about this. You should feel silly about yourself all the time, Ned. Do you really think this is time for a snack? No, silly. A vampire doesn't eat, a normal person does. It should be empty, right? Oh boy. Or not. Yikes and gasp. Yikes and gasp. That's, oh my god, yikes and gasp is just, I don't know why that's so funny to me. I just feel like it needs to be like a t-shirt or something. Yeah, he could just have that sunlight allergy disease, like the kids in, what am I thinking of? The Others, you know, the Nicole Kidman movie. He could just have that. Oh my god. That can't be what it looks like, can it? Blood. Oh god. Not the blood. This is the guy that broke in that Beyond Belief episode. No, I'm just kidding. What am I expecting to find anyway? It's not like a real vampire would leave his coffin just lying around. Would he? And then there's literally a coffin. Okay, so maybe I shouldn't feel so bad about sneaking in here. You should feel bad. What do you think? Vampires don't have rights is literally what Ned just said. Absolutely awful. Little did my dear trusting pals realize that they'd forgotten the first rule of detective work. The suspect always returns to the house while you're searching it. Thanks so much for the dinner, Gregor, but you still haven't told me what the big secret is. I will, but could we please go inside first? Nancy, stranger danger. Eep! Incoming! Ned, they're back! I know, what should we do? Come on, guys. Don't you remember anything Nancy taught us? Hide! Close the window so the wind doesn't move the drapes, and he'll never spot us. What if he has X-ray vision? That's Superman, Bess. We should really be worried about whether or not Nancy's about to become his victim. Are they inside yet? I don't know. I can't hear a thing. Drapes must be muffling the sound. How heavy are the drapes? I need to get something in the kitchen. I wish you'd just tell me what's going on. I thought we were friends. He's gonna put her in the fridge. What? Please, let go. Look at her squishing his face. You are, Nancy, but I haven't had many friends. I don't know where to begin. You could start by explaining all the tomato juice. Vegetable juice, actually, with some iron and vitamins. Make it myself. I can't trust store brands. Too many additives. Oh, he's one of those guys. I have a condition, and one of the symptoms is that I crave salty liquids. Want one? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make fun of the man's condition. I just thought he was being pretentious. I retract what I said. Sure, thanks. Oh, fun fact for those who Maddie was telling me about the I guess the meme that taking Spiro makes you want pickles, and I literally stopped in my tracks and I was like, is that why my literal favorite thing that I've been putting on everything is this Trader Joe's seasoning called everything in a pickle since I started taking my meds? So, you know, meme rumor confirmed. You do indeed want pickles because of how salty they are. Oh, that is great vegetable juice. I was bound to get good at making it. It's practically all I eat. Oh, that's sad. I have a rare disease. Erythropoietic. Oh my god, I can't say this word. Erythropoietic porphyria. I tried really hard. Isn't there a theory that long ago porphyria led to stories about vampires? That's not entirely true. There are 8 kinds of porphyria, but only 4 leave their sufferers pale and unable to stand sunlight. If untreated, it can also lead to bout of mental illness. King George III from England is believed to have suffered from it. It is one of the types I have. I require regular blood transfusions, and I have to remain in the dark at all times. It's not an easy life. Gregor, I'm so sorry. Poor guy. And how you explain the coffin in your parlor? That is just something the last tenant left. And you didn't move it? It's a coffin. I've heard that Spiro makes you like pickles before. It makes me feel closer to my trans sisters because I also love pickles. I know, right? Maddie and I said that we need to make one of the clasped hands memes, and it just says like chicks with PCOS on this one and trans girls on this one. And then in the middle it just says pickles. Somebody needs to make that meme. Porphyria. Thank you. Porphyria. Yes, Tex was right. Oh, by the way, random check-in, not that I'm stalking what you guys are reading on Goodreads, but I do. Those of you who have friended me on Goodreads through my account that I use to track all of this stuff, I get to see what you guys are reading, and so I just want to check in and like ask like, how's everybody's reading going? Is it good? Does everybody like? Are you liking the book that you're currently on? Is it disappointing you? I have questions. How far are you? Tenant just left a coffin, I guess. Coffins are fun decor. That is true. I will say that. Coffins, and it's a casket. Like it's like an old-fashioned, like shaped like a body casket. Interesting. Where was I? Of course, Dan the Magician. I helped him find his missing assistant. Oh, that must be a reference to an earlier comic book. Now I need to find that because that's too specific to not be a reference. This place is full of the weird stuff he used for his magic show. See Nancy Drew graphic novel 14, Sleight of Dan. I will look into finding that. I promise. Sorry it's taken so long for me to tell you, Nancy. I didn't know whether you really liked me or not. That was a surprise. Suddenly, handsome, mysterious Gregor sounded less like a vampire and more like a 10-year-old. That's when it dawned on me. Gregor wasn't aloof. He was just terribly awkward around people because his disease had made him lead such an isolated life. Poor Gregor. Oh, bless Gregor. A very hyper-realistic couch back there. That's interesting. Which means I had to be very careful with him. Sit with me. I didn't want to reject him, but I didn't want him to get the wrong idea either. Wait a minute, please. Just forget about. Look, I ship you with Frank, but at least for now, just to spite Ned, just forget about Ned. He'd been alone and lonely so long he might fall in love with any girl who smiled at him. Nancy Drew just coming for incels' throats like that. Good for her. Okay, but we're just friends, right? Ned is my boyfriend. I understand. But Nancy, my condition isn't my big secret. I have a much more serious problem. Some horrible person has been stalking me. They're convinced I'm really a vampire. They've sent threatening notes warning of their plans to destroy me. He's being cyberbullied. We need to protect Gregor Jr. Family. Oh, sorry. I do that when I'm watching live streams too. Sorry guys. Hi. Welcome back to Live. I hate when I am realizing that the chat is ahead of me and I'm like, oh no, I've been left behind. Bad enough when the notes are texted or sent through email, but when they arrive by letter, that meant the stalker knew where I lived. The letters have followed me to 3 towns so far, all over this country. Each time, the police couldn't identify the writer, and I became so frightened I was forced to move. Now I'm getting texted here in River Heights. Here, read them. Found you again, foul creature. This time you will not escape me. Once they text, somehow they're able to find out where I live. It's only a matter of time. But I don't want to run anymore. I'm sick of it. Poor guy, he just wants help. And Ned's over here just like, but my girlfriend. So I've taken measures to protect myself. Measures? What do you mean? It costs a fortune, but my family has always been wealthy. Throughout the house, I've set up an elaborate system of alarms and traps. Many are based on the props that magician left behind. Okay, so because Marcy Drew, we've decided, or I think of as Nancy's, adopted sister, sibling, all pronoun sibling. But since that technically would connect the Scooby-Doo-niverse that we've set up and the Nancy Drew-niverse that we've set up into one connecting universe, in this particular universe, I feel like Gregor Jr., who is obviously Henry Bollea and Gregor's time-traveling son from the future, because of course he is, I think he'd be great for Fred from Scooby-Doo, right? The love of traps, the kind of golden retriever, angry little black cat energy. Gregor Jr. deserves better. Save Greg. Yeah, save Greg. Save Gregor Jr. 2K23, yep. Question from earlier last book I read was the BC Boys one, but haven't actually finished it. Ooh, interesting. This reading on stream has really reminded me of my love of books through all of these books I read as a child and something I never got to read, and I've done so much more reading than I did when I was in my reading slump. Can't remember the last time I had one. It's the thought that counts, Audril. I appreciate. We were talking about a specific medicine that trans girls and also some cis girls that have PCOS, which among other things makes your body makes too much testosterone. You take it to level out hormones. And so we were talking about how, you know, those are the two camps of women that take that medicine, and the medicine makes you like pickles. That's like a meme. And I didn't know that, but I absolutely, as somebody who takes the medicine, loves, like, craves this, like, everything in a pickle seasoning on everything. In fact, ooh, I'm gonna go see if I have any popcorn to make up after I get off stream, because now that's all I want. Pickles. Taking your estrogen. Hormonal disorders. Yeah, Milo, thank you for explaining it way better in way less words. Goodreads, I haven't updated since the new year, and I've read a lot of books. Well, listen to. Listen to counts. Listen to definitely counts. I love audiobooks. They really help with the ADHD brain because I get to listen to it and then do something else. Like dill. Classic dill, always good. Garlic dill pickles. Beautiful. Just a great thing that exists. Okay, enough about pickles. We're almost done with part 1, and then we'll read part 2. And unfortunately, we'll have to get to the Big Lie and the Death of Nancy Drew, which are two much bigger books because they're basically collections of entire arcs that came out one thing at a time. We'll have to get to that at a different stream. But we will get through both vampire. We'll finish the Vampire Slayer Part 2 saga. Many are based on props that magician left behind. We can't hear a thing, and frankly, it's none of your business anyway. I trust Nancy. I'm going home. No, you don't. Perfect. The window is stuck. Now. The kitchen had a door to the basement. Maybe I can get out that way. Wait! The vampire will see you. There is no vampire. It's silly. All of this stuff we found must have some explanation. Maybe he's right. Right? I think Bess is like, Ned? Right? No. I think we should go too. Go? Then what I bring these for? She's got a steak. No, not Gregor. Isn't this a little extreme? No, I'm through living in fear. Oh no, poor Gregor. Sigh. The only bright side is if no one sees me, I won't have to explain myself to Nancy. Oh my god! Gregor caught Ned! Gregor caught a wild Ned! That's amazing. Apparently, this magician works with tigers. What? And he left behind a big cage. Oh, nuts. Very similar to what trapped us in the remake of Secrets Can Kill PC game. Ned? He also left behind a lot of ropes. You down here? And a book on how to use them. Yikes! Urgh. Poor George. I do feel bad for George. Not Ned, but definitely George. Close to the end. It's up to me to save Nancy now. I'll scream. I'll scare him with the hammer and stake. Then run like crazy. The hardest thing to install was the trap door. Oh god. But it's my favorite. Oof. Ah. Way to stick to the plan. I even forgot to scream. I would have screamed. I absolutely would have screamed. I screamed when I almost killed a cockroach. Entire heart and soul on the silver plate. Aw, that's cute. I finished the thing! Yay! I still don't feel completely safe, Nancy. If there's anything you can do to find this person and make them stop, I'd be grateful forever. Forever's a long time, but I am a detective, so... Preep, preep, preep. That's a fun sound to make. Well, that doesn't sound good. It's not just one. 3 traps have gone off. Is it possible? Have I finally caught the stalker? No. If he had... This might just be the shortest case I'd ever worked on, but it wasn't the stalker. Not Gregor's stalker, anyway. Nancy's on personal stalkers. Gregor is lying, but for the sake of the story, let's say they were planning and then suddenly got better. Apparently there's a previous comic book in the Nancy Drew comic book series, a graphic novel, where it centers around some kind of magician that she helps, and this was his house, and he had a bunch of, like, magician stuff that he left behind? I don't know. It was my 3 closest friends with a lot of explaining to do. Yes, keep... How did she get into the box? She fell in a trap door. I have questions. Yes, keep friend zoning Ned, though. Nancy, Gregor, whatever are you two doing here? Hi. I know this looks kind of bad, but we can explain. No, we can't. Not really. George thought Gregor was a vampire, and she's the smart one. So this is how you repay my trust. You have your friends spy on me. You're trying to destroy me, just like the stalker. Gregor, I had no idea they were here. And you, how dare you break in here? That was Nancy. Gee, Nance, come on. You break into houses all the time. Fair point. Yeah, but that's when I think someone is a crook, not a vampire. Being a vampire is not a crime. Put that on a t-shirt. I know it was very hard for you to trust me at all. Please don't let this turn you away. I promise nothing like this will happen again. Let me prove it. Let me be your friend and help you. Well, okay. Hey, would you mind, not touching him on the shoulder like that? Fuck off, Ned. For heaven's sake, you're not jealous, are you? Me? No, it's just that oh, hey, wait a minute. Are you enjoying this? He's gaslighting. He's doing the gaslighting. No, it's not my problem. You're the one with the problem. No, Nancy and I are just friends, right, Nancy? Right. But if you really want me to trust you like you say, then you'll tell your friends to leave now. Hey, get the fuck out of here, Ned. We are sorry, and any friend of Nancy has to be a friend of ours, right? They're like, yeah, we have to be friends with Ned because of the whole Ned thing. Like, we totally would rather be friends with Gregor. Bess and George are great. This was a tough one. These guys had always been my closest pals. We'd been through everything together, but clearly they didn't trust me, and Gregor was very skittish to begin with. So, no, I'm sorry, but you've got to leave Gregor's house now. Sorry, we thought you were a vampire, Gregor. These comic books are hilarious. Just like a fever dream. Sorry, we thought you were a vampire, Gregor. Yeah, what she said. But I did see that look on his face, Ned says. Be careful. Click. Really blew that, huh? It could have gone better. Any day that Ned's there is a day that could go better. But don't you think that alarm system is kind of freaky? Yeah, what was she afraid of? Maybe I could do more computer research on him. Oop. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. If you do, count me out. I'd like Nancy to speak to me again sometime this year. I will say one thing about that alarm system, though. I love that he's trying to blame it on them, even though he's the one with the biggest problem. Gregor will never have to worry about a thief, he says, as somebody breaks in because Ned knows nothing. Yes, I will keep roasting Ned. Ned. Nancy, stop being nice to the severely chronically ill boy this instant, right? What about me, Nancy? We have an unhealthy relationship, remember? You should break up with me, Nancy. All right, going into the circuit breaker, fuse box, snip. Oh no, that was my best that sound effect. Sure. But I hope it's not what I think it is. Are they watching a movie? Is that some mean surround sound system? Everything's shutting off. Wham! Wham! The house is sealed! Nancy! Nancy! She's stuck inside with Gregor! Are we totally sure he's not a vampire? Ned! Ned! It wasn't me! It's a safety mechanism in the alarm system in case I'm attacked. It turns the whole house into a fortress. This poor guy. That means I'm being attacked. Someone is here to get me. I feel so dizzy. And then he passes out, I think. Or almost passes out. Calm down, Gregor. Keep breathing. Oh, he's just having a panic attack. It's gonna be okay. You're gonna be fine. I've had a lot of panic attacks. You'll do, like, not to minimize it, but just to encourage you. You'll be fine, Gregor. It's probably just a short in system caused by my pals tripping all those traps. They're already getting help, but I'll call the police too. No bars, no signal. It doesn't work. Of course it doesn't work. Nothing will work. Nothing will save you now, Gregor. Who? No. Yes, vampire, your blood-sucking days are over. Now at last I will destroy you. Ooh. I have never ever in my life thought, hey, what if the Scarlet Letter was a graphic novel? But you know what? I do like the watercolor art in this one. It's very nice. I might have to look into more of what Paper Cuts has put out in the past. All right, that is our second graphic novel of the night. Just punch them in the face. Duplicate text or something like that. Good night, Ellery. Yeah, go get some sleep. Have a good day tomorrow. Got yelled at by the Discord bot. Wait, what happened? What did you get yelled at? What? What happened? I'm Why did the Discord bot yell at you? Pretty much every classic novel is a graphic novel these days. I would like to see the Pride and Prejudice one. I do love me some Pride and Prejudice in every form. Good night, Ellery. Oh, that was my jaw. I don't like that. Ooh. Nancy Drew, The New Case Files by Paper Cuts. How nice. Fancy. I will keep a lookout for more of these. Why is this just a inverted picture of the cover picture? I don't know why they had to invert it. Here we have Nancy Drew kissing the vampire boy on the cover. Trying to post finished kitty sweater. That's so weird. Why did it yell at you? I'm mad. I'll have Spencer here. I'll text Spencer before we start reading the other one and have him take a look at it. Thanks for letting me know. Wait, why am I putting a bookmark in? We haven't started yet. Did it give you a specific message, Texas? Just to tell Spencer what the specific problem was. Duplicated text. Weird. Let me tell him. Okay, I let him know. All right, let me log book 2 of the night. If I don't log as we go, I will get behind, and then none of the things we read will get logged, and that will be very sad. I mean, it won't be very sad. I'll just be annoyed with myself. Let's switch to the correct edition. I usually don't care, but sometimes it's wildly. That was only 64. That was much shorter than the other one. It's just bigger, like a bigger size, because that was only 64 pages. Okay. Protect Gregor at all costs. That's it. That's the review. Post. We've read 65 books so far, guys. Look at us. Sorry, Texas. Spencer's looking at it. He'll have to tweak something. We'll figure it out. Idiot because she's not a fucking detective beside Gregor. I mean, you kind of have to be an idiot to think stalking somebody is gonna end well, but you know. I very much see your point. I'm agreeing with you on that point. We call it autumn too, Laser. Some people fall, autumn, they're used interchangeably. Fall is more of just like a slang term. All right, let's read the back of this. Nancy Drew versus a vampire slayer. Oh, I thought Nancy was the vampire slayer. Buffy, is that you? Nancy must stop a woman determined to destroy a vampire. Gregor Coffson. Of course his last name is Coffson. Is Gregor really a vampire or something else? All Nancy knows for sure is that he's in trouble. This mysterious woman has tracked him from halfway around the world, all the way to River Heights, and now both Nancy and Gregor are trapped inside his mansion with her. While outside, Bess, George, and Ned can only stand by helpless and watch via the mansion's security cameras as Nancy is caught between the Slayer and Vampire. And what happens when Gregor kisses Nancy and Ned sees it? You must not miss this shock-filled, all-new, chilling conclusion to Vampire Slayer. Reason number 3000 why I wonder if I'm just a little bit dyslexic is because the white on black text is so much easier to read. And I know that's like a thing with dyslexic brains, but you know, I don't want to be one of those self-diagnosed people on the internet just thinking out loud because of the ADHD that is diagnosed. Anyway, see you guys tomorrow. Bye, Texas. Ooh, look at that. Nice. Was that a full page in the last one? I don't remember, but it makes a nice full panel. Yeah, it was. It was just stylized a little bit less. I'm really excited to read these. I know we're not going to get to them tonight. These are, I didn't know if we would because these are bigger and like full arcs, and this is going to be like a whole stream in and of itself. But these are very much, one follows the other, so it's all one continuous story, and these are very much like somebody went and did a noir version of Nancy Drew. I'm actually kind of surprised that they got it published, and I'm very excited. Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys, so what more could you ask for? All right. Stand aside, you foolish girl. I must destroy this creature of the dark. Nancy Drew here, girl detective, and for now, defender of vampires. I like how she's just calling Gregor a vampire, even though she knows he technically isn't, as far as we're aware. Although this might end like Nancy Drew and Hardy Boys meet Dracula. You remember those pair of videos that I did where it ends with like, psych, he really was a vampire the whole time. That was pretty funny. Oh, boy. Okay. Let's see. Ooh, we've got some electric blue on these pages. At least that's what the lady with the stake believes. And she's not the only one. Nancy heard my snark and came for me. Okay, fair enough. Wham! Wham! Nancy! My closest pals are also having trouble accepting my new friend Gregor. Wham! Wham! She's trapped in there with him! My boyfriend Ned almost never gets jealous, but this guy really set him off. You don't have to lie for him, Nancy. Or maybe Nancy just hasn't picked up on how jealous he always is. Slam! Brainwashed by vampire movie mania, my best friends Bess and George had suspicions that made them break into Gregor's rented estate. All right. I love that canonically Bess and George are twihards. All right, so I may have broken into the place myself a while back to investigate a magician, renting it at the time. See Nancy Drew, graphic novel 14, Sleight of Dan. But it was still crazy reckless of them. To be fair, they had a minute when they seemed to be coming to their senses. Until the house locked out all rational thought. He's going to suck Nancy's blood. He'll make him like her. He'll make her like him. Or worse. What could be worse? Sorry, I just think it's very funny. I'd been in some freaky predicaments in my time, but this was looking like the strangest yet. I think I'm going to faint. Gregor! Nancy, don't let her. Ugh. My stomach. I need to drink. No, release her. I won't let you drink her blood. Don't you see? He's sick. There's no such thing as vampires. The lady with the fucking cross is just so funny. Yeah, time zones be funny like that. We're gonna cut it to... I'll have to change the title and the thumbnail because we're gonna cut it off after... Ooh, it's very pink. We'll be finished after we finish this particular graphic novel, and then we'll save these two for a later time. But, you know. There is Gregor is one. He comes from my village deep in the Carpathian Mountains. He lived there over 100 years ago. The people of my village were poor but courageous. They refused to tolerate the evil dwelling there. Please confirm canonical vampires in this universe. They hunted the monster knowing he must be destroyed, but he escaped and left the mountains. As the last descendant of my village, I must finish what they set out to do. Last descendant of my village. But if you're a descendant of the village, then you didn't live there? I'm confused. Okay, that's a pretty standard vampire story that you could have picked up pretty much anywhere. But what do you say we talk about this reasonably? Ask him where he came from. Well, yes, I do come from the Carpathian Mountains. I was adopted as a very young child, but that was only 18 years ago. You can't possibly believe this madness. I trusted Gregor and certainly didn't believe in creatures of the dark, but for that moment, I couldn't help thinking the whole thing was pretty creepy. That moment to think didn't last long, though. I think that's what Gregor's sounded like. I'll call the police. I'll get my computer from the car. Huh? Yes, Chief McGinnis, Nancy's in trouble again. Yes, she's trapped in the old Benson estate again. No, not a magician this time, a vampire. I love how self-aware these are. This is beautiful. She's not interested in Ned enough to notice how awful and jealous he is. She's not. Wait, what? Oh no! Texas, I'm sorry! Please, just hurry. So how's the laptop going to keep Nancy from becoming a slave of the undead? I can't get her out of there. It can't get her out of there. But no, but it can get us in. She's gonna hack the mainframe. Hey, it's us. Yep. I'd tell you to smile for the camera, but that really would be inappropriate under these dire circumstances. Wow, you hacked into Gregor's security system. Impressive. Thanks. With the elaborate security system that trapped us in his basement, I'm betting paranoid Gregor has cameras inside the house, too. Bingo! Wow, Riley Poole from National Treasure and George Fane would really get along for hacking the mainframe. Until we get Nancy out of there, we can keep track of how she's doing. Looks like she's doing just fine. And then he shoved... How many times? Look at George's face. Ned is shoving her for the second time in this arc. Also really bad at me for walking up just to force her into a sweater. Bless. Halloween, I try to force my cats into Halloween costumes. And it almost never works. My cat Andy that I had growing up, she was such a chill cat. She would literally just like let me put baby clothes on her. I would dress her up like a baby doll and I'd carry her around the house. It really wasn't my best angle, since I had never been able to tell them Gregor's secret. My pals were totally clueless. New in town, Gregor had seemed desperate for my help, but he was too mistrustful to come out and tell me his secret problem. How do you solve a mystery that's, well, a total mystery? We met often, always after sunset. I could tell he was suffering. Oh, this is just in case you didn't pay attention to the part 2 part and just started here. Pretty close to Gregor, he finally told me about his... How do you say it? Wait, I'm going back up in chat because I already forget how Mila said to say it. Porphyria. Okay. A rare disease that explained his sensitivity to sunlight and other strange behavior that my friends mistook for vampirism. But that wasn't his secret. 2 exclamation points. His secret was that he had a stalker. She sent threatening messages and letters to poor Gregor. You cannot escape. I will fulfill my destiny by doing away with you once and for all. Don't give him a heads up that you're coming to kill him, Vampire Slayer. You're a really bad Vampire Slayer. Local police never could catch her, forcing him to keep moving from town to town. So when they were caught snooping, I'd sided with him and kicked my pals out. The stalker managed to get past the security system, triggering a lockdown that trapped us inside. Now I was wishing I had my pals. Oh my god. After midnight for those of us in my time zone. This woman is crazy, yes. The boy likes the Halloween dress I got him. Oh, cute. Now I was wishing I had my pals inside helping me. I wasn't sure how long I could keep Gregor safe all by myself. Stop! Where are you taking him? He has to lie down. So thirsty. He needs his vegetable juice. It's in the kitchen. Nancy's like pissed. She's like, damn it. Nancy definitely got the first aid badges, merit badges in Girl Scouts, and some people did not, clearly. Either you're lying or you're a fool. I saw what was in there. Don't really think that was juice. Unfortunately, it was easy for our steak-happy stalker to believe Gregor's stash of beta-carotene fortified vegetable juice was blood. It was like something out of a vampire movie. Beliefs are scary that way. If you adopt a belief suddenly, you seem blind to anything that contradicts that belief. Bars, Nancy. Say it louder for the people in the back. And it's easy to see evidence supporting it. No matter how ridiculous that evidence is. Why not? You both thought he was dreamy when you met him. Ned, you can't really believe Nancy has a romantic interest in tall, pale, and pathetic George, that's not fair. And why did your hair just become suddenly different, George? Meanwhile, Bess's is literally the same from 2 different angles. Well, because he was. Most vampires are, except for Nosferatu, of course. Yeah, Nosferatu is just a, horribly anti-Semitic, not fun vampire. He's not included in the fun vampires club. Anyway. Just hit her with a can. He's very opinionated on fashion. I gave a tutu, but he decided he wanted it around his neck. Then he pushed the camera off the TV stand and looked at me like, picture time. That's funny. Cats are so funny. He was totally ugly with that robe. And what was up with those ears? Okay, Bess, not help. George literally said not helping. So I was like, not helping. Heh. I mean, that hug was probably just because she got scared when they were shut in. Nancy's scared? Not possible. But it is possible that Gregor panicked. The hair continuity! It's going to kill me! George, what the fuck? Best was the one saying Nosferatu wasn't attractive. George was the one saying not helping. Well, definitely not helping right now. I don't want to spoil myself, but I keep doing the flippy page thing. I know that Nancy can handle any situation, but we better make sure she's not trying to deal with some creep's paranoid nervous breakdown. They're not in the parlor anymore. I'm switching to other cameras, kitchen, living room. Tap, 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 tap. It's this sound. If anybody can hear this, you might not be able to. Oh, look there. Oh my god, George. Ned has aged. First of all, Ned and George seem to be swapping hairstyles for some reason. I don't know why that's the play that they're going with, but also George has aged. Jealousy does not look good on Ned, I mean. Really doesn't. Ned looks like he's aged about 100 years. They are! Gregor, I have smelling salts. We need to get you to the kitchen for some juice, then get you somewhere safe. Cough, cough. Enough. The time has come. The time has come, my little friends, to talk of other things. Sorry, brain go burr. Stop. To hurt Gregor, you'll have to get past me. I've had to get tough with criminals before, but this was different. I have no quarrel with you, but I will do what I must to stop this devil. She was on a mission from God. Oh, gosh. Love from Around the Twist. I would just pass on reading it. I feel like it's probably best if no one interacts with the Book of Love. There's a lot of strange, creepy questions to be asked. I need to cover that episode the next time I watch Around the Twist. No, Nancy, I never meant for you to be in danger. It's all right, Gregor. I won't let her hurt you. Even though painfully afraid of people, Gregor really had come to trust me. Poor guy. How brave you are for me. How brave you are. For me? Oh, well, I'm brave for everybody, really. Oh. Gregor had very little experience with women, and I suspected he'd been nursing a crush on me. So Ned's jealousy wasn't totally off. I had told Gregor that I loved Ned. She did not say she loved Ned. She said Ned is her boyfriend, but then she kept referring to Ned as her friend, which is understandable because who would want Ned to be their boyfriend? Except for Deirdre Shannon, who sucks. Although Deirdre Shannon did have some fun moments in her PC game days. Particularly in Deadly Device and the last one, the one that was a very different UI system. You know what I mean? The one that took us 3 streams to play. But I wasn't sure he got the message. Do you think you can make it to the kitchen? I'll try. I knew that heroically protecting someone wasn't always the best way to say, I'm not that into you. But what could I do? Yeah, you gotta prioritize somebody's safety. Against Dracula in the musicals? No, but I'm excited to cover the musicals. Fun fact, the Time Lords had a war with vampires. Yes, I did know that. Even more Doctor Who stuff. Doctor Who's great. Let Buffy stake him? Not likely. Run, Gregor. Just the straight up Buffy call out. I love it. I mean, I love Buffy, but that's just funny. I have warned you, but still you tried to stop me. Nancy! Gregor, go! Save yourself! And Nancy's just, like, having it out with this lady. Love Poison number 9. Wonder if that stuff would work even for me. I feel like no one need one thing that was imparted on me from my Nancy Drew days or from my Harry Potter days is that love potions are ethically horrible, although there's a lot of problematic things about the essay allegories in that book. But anyway, moving on. No, you don't need the love potion. You'll do fine. Gregor was expecting me to run with him, but if I slowed her down, he could get some of his juice into him. Nancy, Nancy. Maybe he'd even take his chance to find a way out. I was betting that since it wasn't me she really wanted to hurt, she wouldn't really hurt me. She also didn't really have weapons that'll hurt a real person. I mean, you can hurt anybody with anything, I guess, but like, you know, the weapons are just like a stake that she's thinking about, like, because he's a vampire or vampire. Doctor Who has done several kinds of vampire. Yep. Not sure that was a wise gamble. She was pale and frail, but Stalker Lady was stronger than she looked. I guess it was sheer determination and a little bit of luck. Eep! A few minutes after the house sealed itself, actual footage of me fighting with the cockroach. A few minutes after the house sealed itself, River Heights police were on the scene. Ned hadn't known about the stalker or reported evidence of any actual crime, but my old friend Chief McGinnis knew that if Nancy... Sorry, you guys can't see this. Knew that if Nancy Drew was involved, he should probably check it out. Nancy's like, I'm kind of important like that. I've solved only like 1,000 cases for him. The chief complains about my knack for finding trouble, but I suspect he secretly likes coming to the rescue. He sure had enough practice. Chief McGinnis, thank goodness. Yeah, Nancy and Chief McGinnis have this, like, begrudging partnership where they don't really like each other, but they respect each other, if that makes sense. Because they need each other. When Ned called, we were already on our way, and when the security system goes off, we're automatically alerted. Actually, no, I take that back. Nancy Drew doesn't need the cops, but it does help when they're able to be like, oh, guess we should do something, and then just, like, step in and save her at, like, the last second after she's done all the dangerous work. Oh, that. Well, you see, it was us, and we tripped the system. I should have known. But we were breaking into the house to help Nancy. Not that she needed any help. Not that she ever needs help. Says Ned, begrudgingly, I guess. What's Sunshine's problem? His girlfriend is ditching him for a vampire because he's nicer than he is. You know, he'll get over it. We get a nice full print thing on the back of this for the Nancy Drew Secrets Can Kill, first in the series. That's fun. Multi-purpose weapon can kill it with... I always say I think that's a myth started by vampires, just so that humans will eat a bunch of blood to repel them, and then their food, when they drink their blood, will just be seasoned better. Ned's jealous. He just doesn't get it. Gregor, although younger and cuter than Bela Lugosi, must be the Dracula type of vampire. What did Bela Lugosi do? Fun fact, Bela Lugosi he specifically asked to be buried in his Dracula cape, which he kept. He's probably put Nancy into some sort of seductive trance. I never thought I'd see the word seductive in a Nancy Drew anything. That explains why after we tripped Gregor's booby traps, Nancy kicked us out and stayed behind. We were really sorry and we left quietly, but then the house shut us out and Nancy in, and now she's trapped inside with him. All right. Let's all just take a breath. You're gonna make Chief McGinnis more bald. He's gonna lose even more hair from stress. Not that it's a bad look on him. He's rocking the Henry Spencer look. He does look like Henry Spencer. It just clicked in my brain. Anyway. I said it off the top of my head, and then it registered, and I was like, you know what, Nee? That was a good observation. Smart idea. That's what smart idea. Not that I would know. I'm definitely not secretly a vampire, but you know. So we'll have to get Nancy and Bella, I mean, this Gregor guy out manually. Oh, sorry, I missed a panel. Security company that installed and monitored these systems said that they couldn't release a fail-safe trigger indicating couldn't release a fail-safe trigger indicating that someone, I won't ask who, must have cut the wires. They can't override the whole system without the owner or permission or judge's warrant. He's knocking on the door. Boom, boom, boom. So we'll have to get Nancy and Bella, I mean, this Gregor guy out manually. I love how he's just assuming that they were the ones that cut the wires. I mean, he really has every reason to at this point, but it is funny. He's like, I would arrest you, but you're doing my job for me all the time, so I can't. Say, trust me, I've faced vampires before, and he's one of them. Nancy would be a great companion to the doctor, wouldn't she? Just like I'm not secretly a werewolf, werevamp, or not sober. Why get her out? The last time I looked, Nancy was having a lovely time. Shut the fuck up. What do you mean, looked? Well, surveillance monitors are set up in my house. It must be a separate closed system because I hacked into it. She hacked the mainframe. You invaded a citizen's privacy? Had to. Nancy was in trouble. Uh-huh. Where have I heard that before? She was in trouble, though. Why? Chief McGinnis. But something isn't right here. Sure, we tripped all the alarm tripped the alarm by breaking in, but we didn't cut any wires. So who? George. But who? Gregor. We have to get Nancy out of there before he... Oh no, he's been drinking blood. That makes them hungrier. They gasp. Nancy's fallen. He's coming toward her. What's he going to do? We have to get in there. Get that damn door open now. Oh. Police Chief McGinnis gets to say damn in these books. Interesting. I like this. I like this teen YA look on Nancy Drew as a series. I like it very much. I like live theater and Sailor Moon. It's a formula that can't fail. True. We're trying. It's not budging. It must be made of steel. Let me at it. I half hoped Gregor had found a way out, but he just fortified himself to do battle. Good for Gregor. Gregor had more brains than brawn, but the homicidal gleam in his eye wasn't the sign of a rational man. Oh boy. So while I was kind of touched by the heroics, look at him running into battle with his tomato juice. Mostly I was scared. For the stalker. Stop! Gregor, no! Nancy's fit is fabulous in this one. Do you see this dress? This green on green outfit with the leggings. Look at that. And she's got the long sleeves under the big poofy short sleeves. Nobody else could pull that off but Nancy. It was clear that even though I was flat on my back, I had to think on my feet. Puns. Nancy puns. No time to find a gentler method. But she kicked her legs out from under her. As it was, the bottle barely missed her. He just chucked the bottle of tomato juice at her. That's, I mean, quick thinking, I guess. Verena went down pretty easily, a little too easily. Oh, I must have missed where we found out what her name was, because we don't know what her name is. Maybe she said her name. I don't know. Is anybody getting Nancy or Professor Layton and Pandora's box? Or Diabolical box, depending on which country it was released in, because it had alternate titles in America. Are you anybody getting those same vibes from this story arc? Just slightly. I'm sorry, I just lost control. The bottle didn't hit her, and I don't think she hit her head that hard, so she's alive. Oh, but it looks like it's literally red body juice, Gabe. It's literally red juice this time, and it's just on her body. She's unconscious, but not sure why. She looks sick. Help me get her onto the couch. Oh, I bet she has the same condition that he has. And then they're gonna fall in love. Too funny how he jumps into the... Wait, what? But I did watch a transformation sequence. Oh, the Tuxedo Mask transformation. I haven't seen the whole thing, but I have seen that clip. Yep. So funny how he jumps in the pants, yes. Yep, Rex called it. She's so light, so small. Yeah, not the physique you expect to see on a vampire slayer. In fact, if it weren't so silly for so many reasons, I'd say she looked like a vampire. With the arms crossed and everything, yeah. Bang, bang! It went right to voicemail when I called Nancy earlier. I'll try again. You get the jaws of life. Yes, sir. Hi, it's Nancy Drew's voicemail. If you need a mystery solved, leave a message. If this is an emergency, call 911 for goodness sake. Nancy has the same answering thing as every doctor's office where it's like, please don't call us in an emergency. This is a primary care specialist. Please just call 911 and go to the hospital. Darn. I'll bet she forgot to change her phone, to charge her phone again. Why are they victim blaming Nancy in the middle of this? The chief knew me pretty well. I get so caught up in mysteries, I tend to forget basic life maintenance. I do love this very relatable side of Nancy Drew, though. It's a real character flaw and a total pain when my hybrid car runs out of gas and bolts during a chase. Of course she has a hybrid car. And two, some of us can't help it, Nancy. You're doing your best. We're all doing our best. Or I can't let my best pals know I need help, or just as importantly, that I'm okay. Oh, God. I can't believe I just left her in there when we knew she might be a monster. There, she might be okay. After all, Nancy's the toughest girl detective. Huh? What? It's Nancy, she's alive. Oh, they thought that was Nancy? Wait, I'm confused. What's she doing to... Who is that woman? Who's who? What's Nancy? She looks alright. I guess he didn't try to kill Nancy. Who did he kill? And what's that splatter all over them? It looks like... Are you sure you're alright? Shaky. Shaky. Not exactly my usual drama. What about you? Relieved we're both stake-free. Always a plus. Where's your phone? Mine is useless. The only one's in the kitchen. I tried it when I went in and it was dead. Of course he doesn't have a cell phone. Bless him. She must have cut that too. I don't have a cell phone. I don't have a cell phone. Can't trust them. That's one of the ways she may have tracked me in other towns. Fair enough. Very fair. Besides, who would I call? I never had a real friend until now. Oh. I mean, I'm saying all, but also it says all. Nancy says all. I want the best for Gregor Jr. Oh, Princess Sailor Moon, or Neo Queen Serenity, depending on which version. Yeah, literally like an ageless goddess, I'm pretty sure. Like, canonically. Like the version of her that ascended out of her, like, 14-year-old incarnation. 15-year-old, I guess. I'm in season 5. It would have been sweet if my loyal viewers hadn't been outside misinterpreting everything. Am I the only one who feels like a peeping Tom watching this? But Ned, Nancy could never even under Gregor's spell. She wouldn't. She would. I mean, she would, but not because she's a bad person, just because you're a bad person, Ned. It's absolutely your fault. It's never the person being cheated on's fault if they get cheated on, except for this one time because Ned sucks. Of course she wouldn't. Not now. Pull yourself together, boy. Now Chief McGinnis is getting in on this teen relationship drama. Having eyes on the inside is important. For all we know, that's a crime scene. An evil crime scene. Gregor may have killed that woman, or maybe he's turned her. Oh God, what if they're both vampires now and are going to feast on... What if she's Nancy's already a vampire? Nancy's already a vampire. Yes, this lady does need therapy. Ben Shapiro has left the chat. We have found a WAP. Ow. What'd you do that for? Somebody had to. What the devil has gotten into you girls? Sigh. Some fiction is way harder to handle than truth. Some fiction is way harder to handle than truth. It bothered me that I said sigh instead of just sighing. Sorry. Computer battery is low. I'll plug into the car. Just hope the hybrid is charged up. Be careful whose car you steal, right, Chief? I'd ask them, but I don't need an earful of whack vampire stories. What do you know about this Gregor? Well, he's rich and really secretive. He needed Nancy's help, but she never told us why. That's why we decided to investigate him ourselves. And then Ned realized he was a horrible investigator and should never have done that. Actually, he'd never have the self-awareness to know that. Goddess form has yellow hair, and sometimes it has silver hair, which is very confusing because her mother had... Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Her mother has silver hair. And in goddess form, they basically are... Yeah, it's the same outfit. Even, spoilers for anybody who doesn't want Sailor Moon spoilers in the chat. Even, Chibiusa, her daughter, the original Queen Serenity's granddaughter, wears the same outfit, just smaller because she's a kid, and then, like, they kind of all have that same very unique hairstyle. It's a family thing. Parents are evil. Oh, yeah, I have. Yep. Gregor could have those wires himself. Wait. Gregor could have... Wait, where was I? Gregor could have cut those wires himself to lock Nancy in there with him. Maybe, or that woman broke in after you and cut the wires. Okay, that's what happened. Chief McGinnis is right. Ned is always wrong. Okay, but tell me why that freak... Calm down. What the fuck? Needs such an insane security system in the first place. Ned is ableist confirmed. We don't stand. All right, take it easy, son. Even McGinnis is just like, yo. I'm an older guy. Not really with the times, but even I know you're a little out of pocket, my guy. I'm going to get a full background check on tall, pale, and wealthy. A more private command center is best. The less Ned sees of Nancy and Gregor, the better. Yeah, boyfriend on the edge, but can you blame him? Yes, I will always blame him. I'm sure it's all Gregor's evil doing, but they sure do look cozy. If we could only hear what they're saying, a guy that rich couldn't install security monitors with sound? Click, 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 click. Alright, now I feel like I'm doing ASMR. For real. Just bad ASMR. Not sure it would have gotten us out sooner, but if I had noticed the blinking, I might have found a way to communicate with them outside. I mean, if you're the first person you're the first person I've trusted in, well, ever. Bless Gregor. I admit, my girl detective skills weren't their sharpest. I was finding Gregor really distracting. Now, that can't be true. You're just overwhelmed from all the excitement. Which is over now. You should get some juice and wet towels, a cold one for your head. Your wish is my command, dear lady. Aww. Oh, maybe they're siblings. Maybe that's different. Oh, I might have gone a very different way with what this actually ends up being. So how old were you when you were adopted? I was 5. My mother was very poor and raising us all alone. When she realized we were sick, she didn't know what to do. Yep, it's his sister. Me? Yes, my twin sister, Garina. Oh, wait. Didn't they say her name was Garina back here? And I said, how do we know her name? Did they just spoiled it. Where is her name? I know they said it, and I know it was Garina. Did they just not? There's just no continuity. These comic books are chaos. Yeah, Garina. Garina went down pretty easily. Yeah, they just spoiled it because there's no continuity. Comic Con. I've never done a Comic Con specifically. I do Dragon Con, and I haven't been in a couple years. Depends on how far out you buy them. They get more expensive the closer you get to the actual event. Where was I? Okay. Karina and I both developed porphyria. Porphyria. There you go. Symptoms when we were 4. Healthcare in our village was almost as backwards as our neighbors. Oh no. Oh, it's sepia. You know it's always a tragic childhood memory when it flashes back to sepia tones. Rhode Island has one now. I'm thinking of going with friends. That'd be fun. You're gonna have fun. Cons are super great. Cons are really, really, really great. Just remember, you don't have to do everything. You can just do whatever you want. And they probably will have some kind of, well, depending on which one it is, they probably have some kind of app that can help you plan your schedule so you're more aware of like what you want to do. Vampire legends run deep in that part of the world. Why can't you play outside like normal kids? We know. Why can't you play outside like normal kids? We know what you are, creepy and creepina. Fuck, fuck, fuck. You'll never suck our blood, vampires. Ugh. Don't bully the kids that you think have supernatural powers, you dumb kids. They were ignorant and cruel. My mother actually feared for our lives. Crash! Eee! My mother's sister, Aunt Clara, was married to an American. He was very old, and they had given up hope of having children of their own. My mother begged them to raise us. Oh. My uncle refused to care for two sick children, but he agreed to adopt one of us, an heir, a son. Right. Like a dark timeline of Parent Trap. My sister remained in Albania with my mother and my brother, Valon. That was the last time I saw them. My aunt sent money every month so that my mom could get medicine for Garina. There were occasional letters and phone calls. But between my treatments and my uncle's deteriorating health, we lost touch. Yeah, they're not going to end up a couple. They're siblings. I didn't know that when I said they could end up a couple. This is a curveball for me. I like the magical pop idol genre was very big in that era, so that makes sense. November, yay! Mario Crew, me being Mario Horse. That's gonna be fun. But between my treatments and my uncle's deteriorating health, we lost touch. When my mother died in a car crash, my uncle was on his deathbed, and our doctor advised us not to travel for mother's funeral. Oh, that's sad. After my uncle died, we sent for Garina, but the letters came back undelivered. Return to sender, address unknown. Aunt Clara investigated but never found Garina or Valon. They say twins have a special bond, but I have no sense of Garina being alive or not. I may never know. She's fine. She's over there on the couch. Oh, is Nancy crying? I don't want to bore you with all the gory details. Actually, I'm obsessed with learning gory details all the time. Oh, she's just wiping the fake blood off her face. The literally red body juice. Oh, I get it because it's ice. It's cool. That's funny. I had to look at that 3 times to figure out the pun. I'm sorry. I don't want to. Enough history. A toast to tonight and to you, Nancy Drew. You saved my life. It's way healthier than champagne, but since I was glad to help, I'll drink to that. And you helped a total stranger who tried to kill you. Doesn't speak well of your regard for your own safety. Yeah, I've used more lives than a cat, and somehow they just keep coming. She got that 99 lives racked up like in Super Mario Brothers 2. Okay, I'm trying to remain calm. This is Bess talking. I should have been more clear about who's talking when, but you guys can see. You guys are intelligent people, and you're able to see the comic book page. I've never done comic book streams before tonight, so new territory. Okay, I'm trying to remain calm, but you have to admit that looks like Nancy is toasting with ew. Don't even say it. George, Bess, come out here on the double. I know that Gregor was glad to finally put the stalking and the stalker behind him. Me? I couldn't help feeling she was more than just some fixated criminal. Yeah, I'm always looking for a mystery. I hope she's all right. But her look, her illness, her talking like she was reciting a script from some bad horror movie, it all seemed like clues to some riddle we hadn't asked yet. I wonder if she's dehydrated. She looks half starved. Sip, slurp. Whatever physical problem. Wait, I don't have a I can't make a sipping. I just have I drank all of my this. Whatever physical problems she has, she'll probably still have the dangerous mental health problems when she wakes up. You know, all cleaned up, she kind of looks like... I feel safer if she were bound. The magician left some ropes in the basement. Tie her up in the basement, sure. The new TMNT movie, it does look cool, yeah. Waking up with rope around my wrists always makes me more agitated. Nancy's like, oh, those pesky times that happens. Not less. I made the mistake of trying to lighten things up. You wouldn't happen to have a nice comfy straitjacket? Why would you say that? What do you mean? Brilliant, Nancy. Really hit a nerve. Sorry, that was insensitive. Madness is one of the symptoms of porphyria, isn't it? It can be. How did you know? Nancy, she caught herself. She knows that she fucked up. Hardy Boys break up. We have to track down some of these Hardy Boys comics. They look hilarious. My mind packed with info that isn't always useless. They now think King George probably had porphyria back before they knew what to call it or how to treat it. Guy had the best doctors available, but still wound up in a straitjacket. When you're sick, it's easy to forget that medical science has come a long way in 200 years. The future can start to look bleak. Then something brings you right back to the present. I think they just straight up forgot who was supposed to be saying that or in what past or present tense she was supposed to be there. These are chaos. These are I enjoy them thoroughly, but these are chaos the way that these comic books are put together. Girls in Time look like The Godfather. How have I never covered anything TMNT yet? That has to change. Well, I know how. It's because there's just so many things to cover. But, you know. Crossing my fingers that tomorrow we'll be able to get a new video out. Spencer was nice enough to do a rough cut of a whole batch for me while I got some client work done so that I wouldn't fall too terribly behind. And thanks to him, we're going to stay on schedule as far as uploads go, so that's good. What's up, Chief? Background check on Gregor showed his over-the-top security wasn't as crazy as Ned thought. He seems he's got an unidentified stalker. A rare blood disease makes him hypersensitive to sunlight. Some whack job thinks he's a vampire. Jerk has spent years harassing him with pretty serious death threats. Vampires. Gee, that's crazy, huh? But this is supposed to be confidential police business. He's like, I'm really breaking the law by telling you kids this, but, you know, who are you gonna tell? It's not like Nancy's dad is a super high-powered attorney that's really well-respected or anything. My hair is parting in a very silly way today. I don't know why. Yeah, like anything involving Nancy Drew remains confidential police business for more than a minute. I'm telling you. The look of shock. It's funny down there. Top 10 anime betrayals of all time. I'm telling you, because if that woman is in there is the stalker, Nancy could be in real danger. We need to get in there. Yeah, tell that to the jaws of life. You know, those jaws may just be chewing on the wrong entrance. What? Hey, fellas, here's a thought. I'm hoping to have skills the security company doesn't, George. Any chance you can get into that system and initiate an override? I'd need to do a random search for the access codes, which would take a minute. Really? Ned's just like, wow, you guys know how to do stuff? What's that like? Or a gear. Oh. Hey, you can't sit there. Your computer is much faster, though, so I'd better get started. George. Although that woman lying on the couch didn't look like so much of a threat, so... Uh-oh. What? She's gone. Where is she? No idea, but when she does turn up, that rope might be handy after all. I'll get it while you find a safe place to hide. Please start with the original 90s movie, or with 2, because Go Ninja Go. Go Ninja, Go Ninja Go. Yeah. I'd been here. Have you ever looked up, anybody, while we're talking about TMNT, has anybody here looked up the TMNT concerts that they used to put on in the 90s? Because there are last time I checked, there are full recordings of these on YouTube, and they are wildly hilarious. It's been something I've wanted to do a video on forever. Comics, April was black, and they made her a white redhead for the cartoon, and have now only recently begun to portray her as a black again. I never knew that. Wow. Yes, yep, Rex knows what I'm talking about. Paulo knows what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm glad we're all on the same page. Aren't they funny? I'd been here before, once, trapped in that cage while a giant snake ate my cell phone. Ugh, that's creepy. That's worse than the cockroach. Well, only by a little bit, but you know. And then just hours before, when I found my friends trapped by their overprotectiveness, a while back I'd helped the magician who lived here, both as a detective and as his stand-in as a lovely assistant. Lovely assistant. Funny, the rope Gregor... Don't put yourself down, Nancy. Funny, the rope Gregor had seen down here wasn't the kind used for tying anyone up. And if his stalker was who I suspected, he wouldn't want to. Reminding us, they really keep reminding us to read that Nancy Drew graphic novel 14's Light of Dan. We'll have to read that at some point. I wasn't sure, but most of my strong hunches had proved pretty reliable. She seemed so confused, lost illusion or delusion. It all makes us like children. And most children are pretty harmless. You're evil like him. Okay, I may have been wrong about that one. Oh boy, she's very dramatic. You should have killed me when you had the chance. Nancy gasped. I gasped. Metal or hip-hop songs, or is it self-deprecation? I mean, it's probably just self-deprecation, but, you know, whatever. Still. Somebody told me a while ago, self-deprecation is broke. What's woke is, I don't think they said woke and broke, but basically that's what they meant. The real play is sarcastic overconfidence, because it's still a joke. You're still making the same, like, you know, modest attempt at humor when somebody is like, when you do something silly or whatever. But you're also training your brain to just be a little bit more on the positive side about yourself. And so ever since then, I've been trying to personally combat my use of self-deprecating humor as a crutch. Anyway, while the situation was pretty dark in the basement, the sun rose on my friends outside as they got closer to finding the keys to my freedom. Bess has always had a mechanical mind. Great. It's just as I hoped. Well, she didn't always have... Well, you know, could be nitpicky. We have a better shot at opening this Windows... We have a better shot at opening this Windows can. It was left open by careless intruders, so never sealed properly. It was left open by them because they were the intruders. George is the computer genius of our detective team. On my laptop, I brought up each of the rooms where he has cameras. Hey, George, can you start producing my live streams for me? I really need a tech genius. But I didn't see Nancy or the other two yet. They're still missing. Ned. Well, while he hasn't helped on every case, I just don't know what I'd do without him. She's like, Bess has such a mechanical mind. And George is such a wizard with technology. They're both geniuses. And Ned, well, he's there sometimes. Fuck whoever that person was. They weren't saying it. They weren't saying it in a bad way. They weren't even saying it to me specifically. They were just saying it in general. Like I think it was more directed at themselves. Just you know, it is true. Like it is. You know, it is. Self-deprecating humor can have an effect on your mental health if you're too into it. But you know, it wasn't a bad thing. And it is something that I keep in mind, but you know, self-deprecating humor will always be a natural instinct for me. I don't see Nancy or the other two yet. They're still missing. Ned? While we already read that. Meanwhile, your computer is scanning for the codes to shut the security system down and get those shields on. I like this very sunny backdrop that they've incorporated now. The yellows and the pinks, like the very light colors. I like it. Keep hacking the mainframe, George. Good work, but just for the record, this never happened, especially in my car. Of course not. What's a little police corruption between friends? I'm the only person who can't stand overly positive people. There is such a thing as toxic positivity. Absolutely. I don't think just monitoring how self-deprecating you are is necessarily toxically positive, but it can be. So like it's, you know, just like you can be toxically too hard on yourself. You know, it's a balance. Choices in your mental health. Yeah, it's a balance, and everybody has to choose what's best for them. Like, not to say one way is like better for anybody else than the other. It's just, you know, conscious choices. Whatever you decide to, whatever we all decide to do for ourselves has to be. It's better to make conscious decisions because then we know that we're doing it, if that makes sense. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm not very good. You're good. No, you're good, Paulo. Oh, this is much cheaper. It really is. No, you're good, Paulo. It's an interesting discussion to me, but yeah, there is definitely, I have found it beneficial. I'll say this. I found it beneficial to consciously try to be less, hard on myself, even if I'm joking all the time, just because it can have an effect on mental health when you don't think about it, at least for me. What about aggressive positivity? Aggressive positivity and toxic positivity are very, very much, I don't know that they're the same thing, but they're very interconnected, aren't they? The aggressive positivity is like, the toxic positivity is like, everything is good all the time, and if you don't like it, then you're not a positive, happy person, and you're not gonna get anywhere. And the aggressive positivity is just all of that, but you're running at somebody with a weapon as you're saying it. Okay, where was I? They can't do police corruption if they're not police. Bess and George are awesome. Ned is there. Magic is all about diversion. I kind of hoped she'd be distracted from killing me by a really neat trick. I like that the writers clearly had a bunch of extra things to use in the magic plot line, and after they did that, a few later, they were just like, hey, what if we just did it again? A little bit. Hey, dude, I fucking love you. Aggressive positivity is actually very funny. Genuinely. It's like a motivational speaker type shit. Secret type shit. The only disability is a bad attitude type shit. Yeah, that's toxic positivity. Aggressive positivity. I actually wasn't thinking about it necessarily in the way that Rex brought it up, but yes, that is actually a very funny use of aggressively positive. Yeah, um Nexium type shit. I always don't know how to say that. Fucked up situation. Okay, where was I? Sorry. We're very close to the end. It's 1 o'clock. My brain is mush. I'm still scared. I don't know whether I'm more scared of seeing the cockroach again or not. You'd be distracted by killing me by a really neat trick. Wow, that juice is great stuff. Looks like you're feeling better. Great for you. She wasn't all there, but that sword sure was. Oh, she's got a sword. Oh, good. Whoa, pointy, is what Nancy said. Shush! Then I realized that it was all about instincts, or what I like to call programming. Unfortunately, my reaction woke her up just enough to listen to her killing instincts. And then I realized it was all about instincts, or what I like to call programming, and maybe if she let it, the truth could set her free from that programming. Garina, stop! You don't have to do this. How do you know my name? It's some sort of wicked sorcery. Yes, she was Garina. Trouble was she still wanted to kill me. Not every gamble pays off. You're thinking on your feet, Nancy, though. Just keep going. I'd read that you shouldn't tell seriously mentally ill people all of the truth at once in case it can cause trauma. I'm your friend, Garina, and Gregor, he's your friend too. I swear it. But how can you? I don't understand. Why would you be my... It's true. No one wants to hurt you. Oh, it burns. Nancy. Oh, no. Is she No, Bess. Gosh, get her out of the sunlight. We need to get her to a hospital. Chief McGinnis called an ambulance after we saw what was going on. It should be here soon. Why are you helping me? Who are you? Nancy's just like, oh yeah, they probably hacked the mainframe. I don't have any questions. We can't get to know each other. We can get to know each other once you're well. I can tell you that I'm the curious type. I'll say curious enough for all of us. Shh. You did it! You raised all the window shields. I did, George said. Good for you, George. Bess, you have to close those curtains. I don't know where Gregor is hiding, but he's very sensitive, and we need to keep Garina covered until the ambulance comes. Got it. Ned and George, who saved you. George says. George is like, hey, don't let him get any credit. He did literally nothing. I got here first. I love Bess and George. Now help me with these curtains, George. For the Moonies that I know are all having a discussion in chat, George, or Bess, especially modern Bess, has very much the same energy as like a Sailor Venus type, and I love that for her. We often seem to meet after some disaster. Have you noticed? No, I hadn't noticed. But how could I think about anything else when you're around? Good answer. Ugh, gross. Looks like some storm in the romance has blown out to sea. I guess Ned realized that you shouldn't always trust your own eyes. Creak. Gasp. Oh God, you see it too. Ah! I'm just skipping over the fact that they almost kissed because gross. Even this illustrator couldn't let them kiss. I don't know that they've ever canonically kissed. It's just Gregor. I told him to hide somewhere safe. With the curtains open, I needed to stay hidden after the sun came up. Naturally, you hid in the coffin. What better place, right? Gregor, we need to talk. I have information you may be very glad to hear. Okay, sounds serious, but good, I guess. I have to tell Gregor something very important. Could you guys please give us some time alone? Really? You just spent the entire night together. You said you think you'd said it all. Ned! Everybody's just, like, giving Ned this, like, death glare, which he deserves. Funny, I won't be too long, I promise. I didn't even realize how jealous Ned was. My detective work for crime is usually top-notch, but when it comes to Ned's feelings, I can be completely blind. Yeah. I mean, no, it's really just that Ned's feelings are invalid, because he's invalid. Just Ned, though. Everybody else's feelings are valid. I told Gregor that his stalker's name was Garina, and that it was likely that she was his twin sister. Who knows how well her Porphyria's been treated. They're taking her to the hospital. I think you should go and talk to the doctors. Maybe talk to her. I can't believe this. You're like some bright angel in my dark world, Nancy Drew. My whole life has changed because of you. You make the pain, the loneliness, the despair. I know I can face the healing ahead with you by my side, Nancy Drew. Gregor, And then they're sitting there, and they're looking, and Gregor, don't kiss anybody without permission. Don't you understand? I love you. Oh no, Gregor, you don't... Gregor, honey, no. She's not into you, Gregor. Night, Adriel. Good night, guys. Good night. You kissing. Bad but fuck off. I mean, whatever. I mean, everybody asks, you know. I'm not, for the record, I'm not saying like, oh, I've learned to not make self-deprecating humor. Self-deprecating humor is still very funny, and I still very much use it. I just wanted to share that somebody told me, because it definitely changed the way that I think about myself after repetitive whatever. Anyway, everybody can make their own decisions, and what's best for you is best for you, and that's valid, and nobody can tell you otherwise. Anyway, good night, Adriel. We are very close to the end. Vampire sad boy doesn't understand how boundaries work, because he's never really been around people, and he thinks that Nancy's into him, and she's not, and it's weird. And so she pushes him away. Go ahead, I deserve it. But he didn't. Oh, poor Nancy. She was gonna hit him, and then she didn't. I have to find Ned. He's a lucky man. He's not, he's Ned, but you know. She'll leave him eventually. I have faith. Where's Ned? He's right by the car. He's gone. Oh. Well, Gregor called me once after that, just to tell me that Garina's psychiatrist suspected she'd been brainwashed. Pring, pring, calling Ned, end call. It would have been easy to do. Garina was already delusional with her porphyria, so untreated, taking a lot of pain medications made her more and more susceptible to hallucinations. Oh, I love this series. I love this. I never thought I'd see this. Guys, those terrifying images of being frightened as a child may have made Garina transfer the fears of those who threatened her to Gregor, calling Bess, or someone coached her to believe those things and talk like a gothic horror character. The question is, who wanted to hurt Gregor? But it didn't matter. I asked Gregor not to call me again, so I might never know if there was more to that mystery. The only one I wanted to solve now was, why hadn't Ned taken my calls for 3 days? Just let him go, Nancy. I was hoping Bess and George would know. Seems they did. They were just afraid to tell me. Sending picture to Nancy, but I insisted, and they knew that whenever I needed to know something, nothing was going to stop me from knowing it. And here we are. They sent me a pretty clear picture. I always knew that Deirdre would do anything to get Ned away from me, but I never thought I could do anything to make him interested in her. But I've been wrong once again, maybe even twice. They broke up! This is beautiful. Thank you to the creators of these comic books. I know I said they're chaos, and they are, but I am very, very glad that they exist. Sorry, I don't know. Chat, we got a canonical breakup. This is amazing. Everybody else is like, Avery, we're too tired to care about this. I care. Oh, Ned and Nancy broke up. Cool. Everybody's like, everybody's like, cool. We're happy that you're happy, Avery. I'm happy. I care. No, I'm just kidding, guys. But honestly, these were very fun. I will definitely look out for these. Paulo, thank you so much for sending me this one, which was what made me look for finding these other two specifically. These are not from the same paper cut series, but I also found these in my endeavors of looking. But I'm going to look for more of the paper cut graphic novels for Nancy Drew and other things that they've put out because they are wild. I've had a lot of fun. So, yeah. I'm not tired. I'm just having dinner. And Ned's like, meh. Yeah, Ned's meh. You're right. I'm just happy when Ned and Nancy finally get to break up. I think this is the first canonical breakup we've ever seen between them. But anyway, I will let you guys go because it is 1:15, but I will see you guys tomorrow. What are we doing tomorrow? I think we said we'd do a Goosebumps stream tomorrow. We haven't done Goosebumps in a little while, a couple weeks. So that'll be something to look forward to tomorrow. Hopefully I'll get a video out tomorrow, but thank you guys for being here. I appreciate all of you. You guys are amazing. I will keep you updated if I ever see Mr. Cockroach again. I'm gonna hop off since I seem to be under the 6-hour time limit and try to cut out some of that really chaotic technical issues in the beginning for the replay crew because I always forget or it's too long. So yeah. Try to sleep. Yeah, try to sleep too, Paulo. I appreciate every single one of you. You guys are amazing. I will see you. We'll read these at a different time, but darn cockroach. But yeah, thank you guys. Good night. Bye.